$1,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
I am the voice of the voiceless.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Wow. What a weekend. The Phillies looked really bad. There's a point in time where you say, dog days of summer. And there's another point where you get outscored by the Chicago Cubs, one of the worst teams in all of baseball. Panic button time? Maybe. We'll dig deeper into that. Plus, the Eagles are less than 24 hours from reporting for training camp. We got that to get to. Also, just some interesting anecdotes from the sports world. Apparently, Pete Rose's name wasn't mentioned enough last week on the shows. So he had to be mentioned all weekend. We'll get into that. And also, Kevin Durant going to the Celtics potentially. Yeah, a lot to dive into throughout the day. Here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Let's set the stage for all of you out there listening. If you're listening on 97.3 ESPN FM, glad to have you on board. You can join the conversation at 609-403-0973 on the text board. If you're listening on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, which is free, you can download it from the Apple App Store or the Google Play App Store. You can DM the show while you're listening on the app. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. Coming up today, Bob Wankel from Crossing Brawl will dig deeper into the Phillies at 2:40 p.m. Ryan Rothstein from the Philadelphia CityCast will join us for the full hour to get into a little bit of everything from 3 to 4. Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher as we count down the hours to the Eagles reporting for training camp. Geoff will join us at 4 p.m. Of course, we have the headlines around 4:30 each day, and then Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports at his usual 5:30 slot talk NFL. I got to ask Kerr about something that was said in the last 24 hours about the situation in Carolina with the quarterbacks, because I got a feeling once I ask Jeff the question, he's going to have a lot to say. So let's get to the Phillies stuff first, then we'll get to the other things of interest. So here's the deal. I'm not sure if it was just because the Phillies lost an extra innings on Saturday night, or if it was because I was completely overwhelmed by the amount of news that Marvel announced at the San Diego Comic-Con Saturday night that was blowing up my social media feed. But I felt so deflated after the Phillies loss on Saturday night. But I bit my tongue and I said, all right, doesn't mean they have to get swept. So I opened up the Peacock app on Sunday. And first of all, I thought that I think overall the Peacock broadcasts have been pretty good. I've watched the 2 Phillies ones so far. Or is it 3? Is it 2 or 3 Phillies? Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought it was only 2, but it might be 3 now that I'm thinking about it. But I watched a couple other the Peacock broadcasts as well. I think overall they've done a good job with those broadcasts on the streaming app. But with that being said, I got to tell you guys, watching the Phillies lose the way they did on Saturday night and then Sunday afternoon is embarrassing. Dombrowski, I don't know what he's waiting for. I don't know if he's going to wait right up to the deadline, if people are just not calling him back. I don't know what it's going to take this organization to grow and evolve from what they are now to what they should be. But if I'm keeping it real with you guys, it's not all Castellanos' fault. I understand he's become the whipping boy for some people with this stuff. But if I'm just being honest, I think the whole team is coming off the bus cold. I don't understand what is going on with this team. I don't know if it's psychological. I don't know if it's physical. But it can't be the Heat, because the Cubs scored 25 runs this weekend and the Phillies scored 7. How is it that one team was able to score and the other team couldn't? At some point, either the players need to get their heads out of the sand and recalibrate, or the front office is going to have to get the job done when it comes to the trade deadline. And this is where the conundrum is, because all of you listening out there on 97.3 ESPN FM and on 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea City, whether you're a Phillies fan or not, the truth is this: when it comes to whatever team you're a fan of, whatever team you are a fan of, the question is always, what do we need? Pitching or hitting? Now, after this weekend, I'm sure that your instinct will say they need hitting. But is the Philly staff really a good enough pitching staff? Really? I mean that in the most sincere way possible. The Phillies allowed 25 runs this weekend. Now, I'm not vacating the hitters of responsibility here. But are we really being honest with ourselves when we sit there and say it has to be one or the other? Look, you could chalk Friday up to a fluke, okay? But Saturday and Sunday, to me, felt like they were just gut shots, just liver shots, just putting you down. You had a chance to win both games, and you couldn't get the job done. Part of that is the pitching, but part of it's also the hitting. Look, you got the extra innings, you got to the 10th inning, and then it all fell apart. But on the flip side, Marcus Stroman, who has almost a 5 ERA this season, went 6 innings and gave up 1 run. You got 1 run off a guy who has an almost 6 ERA this year. And this gets back to the beef I've had with this team. Why is it that they go out there and they're able to win against one of the best pitchers, Sandy Alcantara, not once but twice, but they go against the Cubs and they struggle? We were so worried about exercising the past demons and the hauntings of an organization and a team like the Marlins, but yet we come out of the All-Star break with no juice, no want, no desire, and you can't beat the Cubs. 4-3 in the 9th, 1-1 in the 10th. You can't win those games because the hitting doesn't hit and the pitching doesn't pitch in the most crucial moments. And like I said, everyone wants to pile on Nick Castellanos. I get it. He has played poorly. But don't tell me for 1 minute that he's the only person responsible. The whole team basically came back from the All-Star break hungover. The whole team, except for Garrett Stubbs, apparently he just goes up the bat and rakes. And I got to give Boehm, he actually had a decent weekend overall. But I get it. For the month of July, Nick Castellanos has been a non-factor. For the month of July, Castellanos has no home runs, 6 RBIs, 233 batting average. So I get it. He's getting booed. I think the whole team should be booed at this point. The whole team is basically letting the fans down, and they're letting each other down. This is a team that's supposed to make a playoff run. This was the team that was supposed to break the drought. This was the team that they spent all the money in the free agency, and you lose 3 straight to the Cubs? Really? By the way, I mentioned Alec Boehm. Alec Boehm, in the 3 games versus the Cubs, in his 12 plate appearances, he had 5 hits, 2 RBIs, and a walk, getting him a 455 batting average this weekend. So while most of the team didn't do much of anything, Alec Boehm actually tried. He went out there and got something done at least. If I'm Dave Dombrowski, I'm already on the phone today, last night, yesterday, whatever time he could get away with it. Because this organization cannot lose another 3 straight games to the Braves. This series with the Braves is going to be tough. Because you're going to see 2 of their best pitchers in the next 3 days. Max Fried tonight, Strider tomorrow, and the last time you faced Charlie Morton, he shut you down. And Ranger Suarez has not pitched well against the Braves. You're hoping Aaron Nola can keep you in the game on Tuesday. And then Wednesday is a 12:35 first pitch in the middle of a hot day with Gibson and Morton, and your fingers are crossed before you go on a road trip. A road trip that sees you facing the Braves again next week. So you're hoping, and I use that word very loosely, you're hoping that this team can maybe find themselves against the Braves. 4 games against the Pirates, you got to win 3 out of 4 out of that. And that way you can at least make up for the 3-game losing streak that you just had coming out of the All-Star break. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Get the text in just a minute. 609-403-0973 is the text board. You also can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Joe in EHT says the Phillies need to get pitching. They have proved this year they can hit. Joe, I agree. They can hit, but they don't hit enough. Okay? Look, I think that we forget that there was a run there that between Harper and Schwarber, they almost single-handedly carried the offense. The team has shown glimpses like clutch hits from guys like Bryson Stott and Matt Vierling, but I'm not going to sit here and act like overall they've been a great hitting team. You know, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'll see how quickly I can find them, but I would suspect the Phillies are not one of the best hitting teams in baseball. Let me scroll down here. Phillies are 11th in Major League Baseball in runs scored, 15th in batting average, and 20th on base percentage, but they're 7th in slug. So if you really average that out, they're basically a middle of the pack offense. So my question to you, Joe and EHC, if you want to follow up, is do you think a team that is overall middle of the pack in offense is good enough? My response to that would be no, but I don't know what they can really do, because really the only position that is open to be filled is center field. And it's not like it's going to be that easy to grab a center fielder, because we're seeing reports now that even though the conversation for such a long time was about the availability of Andrew Benintendi, we're hearing about Whit Merrifield now. And it's not that I hate Whit Merrifield, but Whit Merrifield is basically a better hitting version of Ben Zobrist. Like, I'm not getting that excited about that. Steve and Cape May chimes in at 609-403-0973. He says, Nick Castellanos might be the worst MLB player I've ever watched, who plays every single day no matter what. It's truly bizarre how repulsive this dude is. I get it, Josh, but the whole team is on a $100 million contract, and it's not just a lie. He's been horrendous all year. Well, a couple things, Steve and Kate May. If you think Castellanos is the worst baseball player you've ever watched, you might have some recency bias, because the Phillies have had plenty of garbage players over the years. I mean, David Bell, Mark Lewis. Now, I get it. You're right. They're not all getting paid $100 million, although people were very critical when they gave Dave Bell that contract years ago. They were like, why are you paying this guy this money to come play third base? Now, Stephen K. May says he's been horrendous all year. Not true. For the month of April, Castellanos was one of your best hitters. For the month of April, he hit 300 with 3 home runs and 12 RBI. So has he been horrendous all year? No. For the month of May, he was not great, but he gave you 4 home runs and 16 RBI. Strikeouts were what the problem was. He was either hitting home runs or he was striking out the whole month. So if you look at what Castellanos did from the first day of opening day, April 8th, to the end of May, he had a .262 batting average with 7 home runs and 28 RBI. I don't think that's horrendous. I think that's a guy who is doing what a $100 million slugger does. Now, the problem is, since June 1st is where he has been horrendous. 1 home run, 18 RBI, 227 batting average. And he's had 48 strikeouts in 45 games. So that means he's averaging a strikeout per game. That's horrendous. The problem to me with Castellanos, though, is he's a boomer bust player. And there's a possibility that he wasn't aware of what life was going to be like in Philadelphia. And I think that's where the rub is for this guy. The rub is for this guy is that you paid him $100 million. And that's why, as Dave Dombrowski said, we paid guys to come in here and do a job. But we have a text here that says, I hate to say it, but the Phillies are going to have to trade Hoskins. I'll take a chance and win close games if I can get some good pitching and I'm, only decent hitting. Yeah, I hear you. The problem with the Phillies is that, I can't promise you what Hoskins is going to get you. It's not like Hoskins is one of the best hitters in baseball, right? He has value because he's going to be on an expiring contract. So you want to get something for him in case he leaves in free agency. But other teams around the league are going to look at Hoskins and say, well, you're giving me a guy who has 19 home runs and 45 RBI in 94 games. It's not good, not great. It's not horrible. It's 244 batting average and 45 RBI. Basically, if you go by the numbers, he's getting an RBI almost every other game. The problem is if you trade him and Derek Hall struggles moving forward, then what happens? Look, Derek Hall came up and he was on fire, right? He came up here and he had that stretch of games where it looked like this guy was amazing. And now he's cooled off. And now other teams have the scouting report on him. You look at what he's done in recent weeks, and you realize that, maybe this guy isn't 100% ready for the big time, right? Look, since Derek Hall had that big stretch of games, the first few games he played, that 8-game stretch, in 8 games, he had 4 home runs. But since those 8 games have passed, when they hit the road on that long road trip, and now they're back from the All-Star break, Derek Hall's got a .237 batting average with 1 home run, 2 RBI, and 12 strikeouts. So if you trade Hoskins, you're handing it over to Derek Hall, and you're hoping that he figures it out when he doesn't have the track record to show you that he can figure it out. That's a little problem. By the way, Stephen Kate May follows up and says, yeah, you're right. April, he was good, but it's still not good enough when you're making $100 million. And look, I'm not going to dismiss what Stephen Kate May is saying over at 609-403-0973 on the text board. Josh Hennig hanging out with you guys on a Monday afternoon. Steve's right. You give a guy a contract like you gave Castellanos, as like if I use the term that John Kruk says, you expect the guy to live up to the back of the baseball card, right? You expect the guy to play at a certain level. And that's really where the problem is. And, I was listening to Kruk yesterday on the Peacock broadcast, and then the post-game interview he had with John Clark from NBC Sports Philadelphia. And I think Kruk brought up a great point. Kruk's like, look, this guy has a history, if you look at his career, of great year, not great year, great year, not great year. His first year in Cincinnati, he batted .225. Next year, he batted .309. You go back to his time in Detroit, it's kind of the same thing. One year, he's batting .298 with 89 RBI. Another year, he's batting .255 with 15 home runs and 17 RBI. One year, he's got 26 home runs and 101 RBI. Maybe Castellanos is just an inconsistent player. Maybe this is just part of who he is. When Detroit traded him to the Cubs, in Detroit, he was having an okay year. Got to the Cubs, got hot. Signed the contract to go to Cincinnati, didn't play well. Next year, had a monster year at 29 years old. Now he's 30. Now he's having a down year. Well, if we're going to go by John Kruk saying back of the baseball card, it sounds like Castellanos is a year-to-year different player. One year he's great. Next year he's down. Next year he's up. Next year he's down. But you gave him $100 million. And I hate to be that guy, okay? But you basically signed Schwarber and Castellanos in part because you couldn't get Chris Bryant, who is Harper's best buddy, right? Well, Bryant right now with the Rockies, he's been injured part of the year. So I guess you lucked out there because he's only played 36 games this year. Or does he not get injured if he's in Philadelphia? I don't know if I have the answer, but I think it's very obvious that Dave Dombrowski has got to make some moves. I don't know what you can make moves with because half of your minor league system is completely worthless to the rest of baseball. We'll ask Bob Wankel more about that coming up at 2:40 today. We'll keep taking your guys' thoughts and comments. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. You can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. See, obviously, Josh Hennig filling in for Wankel on a Monday edition of The Bash.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. SpringfieldMitsu.com.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Have you ever noticed that when the afternoon light hits your floors, you can see everything, including dust?
So much dust.
And that floor dust gets kicked up into the air, compromising the quality of air you and your family breathe.
Eesh.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. Just a couple minutes a day,
And dust is gone.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper. Proud partner of the American Lung Association.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
Where next?
you earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Okay, import footage. How is the hard drive already full?
Jawan's Pilates studio converted to entirely virtual classes.
What's MPEG?
But leading and editing sessions is stretching her too thin.
It says render failed. What I do?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
With GMF financing approved credit, excludes Corvette and prior sales. Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet. Because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
When you need live sports play-by-play.
Forget it. Out of here. Reese Hopkins will touch them all over that right center field wall.
And the best sports talk in South Jersey. There's only one place to go. 97.3 ESPN.
Sports Bash this hour being brought to you by American Airlines, Atlantic International Airport. ACY now is your one-stop ticket to over 90 domestic international destinations. Book your next trip today at AA.com. Josh Hennig filling in from Mike Gill. By the way, we got a poll question today. Now, in light of people's frustrations with Castellanos, I'm sure there's some people that say that Castellanos should be on this poll. But considering the guy's only been here for half a season, I can't put him on this poll. So the poll question goes like this. Because I still can't get over the fact that there was a guy who wanted to sign in Philadelphia and the Flyers just didn't have the time of day for him. So in the aftermath of the Flyers' failure to sign Johnny Gaudreau, I want to know from you guys, what is the worst Philly free agent failure of the last 22 years? I gave you one option from each team. So I started off with Eagles letting Dawkins walk. That was a big deal. I remember he went to Denver. He saw a couple productive years. There's a lot of people who felt like the Eagles basically let him leave too early, and his void of leadership in the locker room hurt the organization and was beginning of the end of the Andy Reid era. Second option, Sixers don't keep Jimmy Butler. We all know that story. Jimmy would have stayed in Philadelphia. Philadelphia didn't offer him the maximum number of years. Instead, they did a sign and trade deal to send him down to Miami. Sixers get Josh Richardson, which sounds horrible at this point. Meanwhile, Jimmy Butler has led the Miami Heat to 2 Eastern Conference Finals and the NBA Finals in the bubble. Sixers kept Ben Simmons, got rid of Butler. You saw how that went. Flyers won. The easiest one is Gaudreau. It's not every day a superstar wants to come to Philadelphia. Flyers didn't even make an attempt to get him. They ignored him. He goes to Columbus. Columbus finds a way to clear the salary cap to sign him. Your fourth option is not Nick Castellanos with the Phillies. No, I went with Adam Eaton. So Adam Eaton signed a grotesque contract with Philadelphia. I want to say it was, let me get the exact year, but it was either 2016 or 2006 or 2007. Because when the Phillies signed him, it was one of those things where, well, they need pitching, right? That was the whole argument. 2007. For a crazy amount of money, this was Adam Eaton's Phillies career. He had 49 starts, a 6.10 ERA, and a miserable 154 strikeouts in 268 innings and 323 hits in those innings. The Phillies thought he was going to solve their pitching depth, right? And they paid him $15 million for a 6.10 ERA. So that's why I had to put him on the list. So those are your options at 973 ESPN on Twitter. You also tell me what you think over at 609-403-0973 on the text board. You also can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Over on the text board, Cole from LBI chimes in and says, if you don't like Derek Hall's MLB numbers, then you should like Hoskins' numbers. Hoskins isn't much better. Hall needs to stay in the majors, get used to the pitching. Going back to AAA will not help him. That's from Cole and LBI. Cole, it's not that I don't like Hall's numbers. My point is that trading Hoskins and expecting Hall to fill the void of Hoskins at first is a serious gamble, because Hall has not been the same guy he was for the first 8 games. 8 games, he was gangbusters. Now people have figured him out. Hoskins at least has years of experience to say, hey, I can at least give you XYZ. There's no guarantee that Hall is going to be able to do what Hoskins has done. That's my point, Cole and LBI. My point is that, you know, if you trade Hoskins, there's no guarantee that the guy you're getting in is going to work. Danny HT chimes in, says Nick Castellanos needs to move out of Ben Simmons' old house. A lot of people point to that and believe there's a curse, the curse of Ben Simmons with that house. Danny HT also says we should have an honorable mention from Danny Tartable, 97. Well, I said the last 22 years for a reason. I was trying to keep it within a certain era of Philadelphia sports. You know, if you go back too far, now you're getting into Reggie White leaving the Eagles to go to the Packers and all that stuff. Yeah, Tartable was bad. But the Tartable move, it exasperated an era of Phillies baseball when you thought that Greg Jeffries and Danny Tartable and a couple other guys were going to work out. And, the thing with Tartable is that before you got him, this was a guy who in his career, he had 500 RBI seasons in the 90s. And the year before you got him, he had 100 RBI. Phillies get him. He's 34 years old and can't do anything. Drops off the face of the earth. So it's not like Tartable was a bad. That's what made the Tartable thing even more infuriating. The guy was so good before you got him, and he just dropped off the face of the earth. But Danny HC had to keep it to the last 22 years. I would have been vacillating between about a bunch of different guys at that point. Text chimes in and says the problem with Castellanos is that in 2020 they only played so many games because of COVID and different things. So when he had the numbers he had from one year to the next, you could argue that might have been the COVID year. It's true. I mean, a lot of guys struggled in 2020 due to the shortened season, but I'm not going to act like that had, like, for example, this weekend. It was suggested to me the Phillies didn't play well because of the heat. And I turned around and said, well, the Cubs played in the same heat and they scored 25 runs. Okay. We tend to use excuses and rationalizations for different things. And the reality is that, well, why did Castellanos play bad in 2020 when other people didn't play bad, right? Or why did the Cubs score 25 runs this weekend? The Phillies scored 7. Don't tell me it was the heat. Got to do your job still, folks. All right, coming up next, Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. We'll ask him about the Phillies. Deadline is just days away. We'll get into all that and more next. Here on the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle.
Your official station for Summer at the Shore.
There goes the runner. The pitch is a little high. Throw to second. Out at second. Oh, JT Real Dicho with an absolute laser down to second to get Arenado.
97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and get you back on the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Okay, import footage. How is the hard drive already full?
Jawan's Pilates studio converted to entirely virtual classes.
What's MPEG?
But leading and editing sessions is stretching her too thin.
It says render failed. What I do?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Did you take those big down payments?
You're darn right I did.
Yeah, Anna. He is breaking the laws of Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. They made it clear. It's a crime to pay more than a dime. Every new Mitsubishi, one dime down.
Take them away. And at Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City, ask for credit amnesty.
If you bring home $350 a week, you could get up to $25,000 in credit. So, what's the beat on inventory?
Other dealers are struggling, but not Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. 40 new Outlanders in stock now. An entire fleet of new and pre-owned. New Mitsubishis from just $17,000.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City.
In Pleasantville, they service all makes and models.
Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com. Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com.
New 22 Mirage 16 Ford 9 down, $249 a month for 72 months at 3% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try new Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. New Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 5/28. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Okay, import footage. How is the hard drive already full?
Jawan's Pilates studio converted to entirely virtual classes.
What's MPEG?
But leading and editing sessions is stretching her too thin.
It says render failed. What I do?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Calling Philly sports fans. Travel with the pros at Philly Sports Trips. If you're a diehard Philly fan looking for some great Philly sports road trips, it's time to check out the full trip lineup at phillysportstrips.com.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, Phillies are coming off of probably the ugliest sweep of the season at this point. Days away from the trade deadline. We'll get into all that and more with Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. As well, we got questions and we hope Bob has answers, because Bob, after a weekend like that, I think the only word I have for the Phillies right now is that was embarrassing, Bob.
Yeah, it's a tough weekend. You know, they sweep the Marlins. They have the All-Star break. They have an opportunity to play a very bad Chicago team that enters 22 games under 500. They had lost 9 of 10, and the Phillies got whooped this weekend. They didn't field the ball. They didn't hit. And 2 of the 3 games, they really got no starting pitching. So it was a tough weekend all around, very concerning weekend for them. I don't think it's a clear signal that this team can't make a playoff run, that, pack it in, forget it. But they clearly have needs that they need to address, and they have work to do over the next 8 days here.
When you talk about that deadline, what is a reasonable expectation? Because you know how Philly fans are. They're pitching trades. They're texting and calling shows. They're on Twitter. Everyone thinks they got an idea of how this is going to work. So, Bob, bring us into reality. What is a realistic expectation for a Dombrowski trade deadline here?
It's interesting. I've had 2 thoughts about this. They were conservative at the trade deadline last season. And I do wonder, with a team that has these expectations, they're over the tax threshold. There seems to be this thought that maybe they'll add to the bullpen. Maybe they'll get a 4th or 5th starter. Maybe they add a bat somewhere, but nothing that really shakes it up or really you're bringing in a big time difference maker. But then you think about Dave Dombrowski, and he tends to be a little bit on the aggressive side. And will he really let another deadline go by where they don't make a little bit more of a splashy move? That being said, given what the Phillies are, given that they're chasing the 3rd wild card, I don't know how much sense it makes to go out and make that type of big splash trade. So I do think that they will make multiple moves. I just don't know how aggressive they will be with those moves.
I've been asking the question for weeks, Bob, and I'll ask you here. Should Dombrowski's priority be center field or pitching?
I am a big believer that the answer is both to kind of give you the short
Right.
version.
I know they need both, but let's I'm just going to put this out there. I keep explaining to people, Bob, that the Phillies have limited resources. They don't have a Yankees or Dodgers farm system to work with. So if you have to trade fill in the blank prospect to go and get a bigger name, is it a center fielder or a pitcher?
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you that without hesitation, it's starting pitcher for me. You have to go out and you have to bring another starting pitcher in. And I'll tell you why. I mean, obviously, Zach Wheeler, Aaron Nola, great 1-2 tandem. Ranger Suarez was very encouraging that last start against Miami last weekend. We'll see what he does against the Braves here. Kyle Gibson is what he is at this point. Gives you a couple good starts, gives you a couple blow-up starts. But can you really rely on him? And with Zach Eflin's knees being what they are and what they've been over the past few seasons, you can't rely on Zach Eflin to come back and really give you that stability down the stretch. You cannot go, and we saw this yesterday, you cannot go down the stretch in a playoff race turning to Bailey Falter every fifth day. No knock on him. He's not a terrible stopgap option for a start here or there, but if you're going to ask him to make 12, 13 starts going down the stretch and this team make the playoffs with the injuries that they have on offense, there's no shot. They have to go out and bring in more stability to the starting rotation.
Was it a pure irony that after they did the comparison between him and Sandy Koufax on the Peacock broadcast, he immediately started giving up runs, and Kruk makes the comment, that breaking ball ain't breaking like Sandy.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. I mean, listen, he's a 4 or 5 inning guy max right now. Yeah. So not only is he not giving you quality innings, but he's not giving you much length. It's very taxing on the bullpen every fifth day. And there's just not enough to feel good about in the middle of that rotation right now where you can roll the dice with that fifth starter. So I expect that to be the first priority that they tackle, or at least their top priority. I don't know the order of operations, but I do think that that's at the top of the list.
Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, at Bob Wankel CB on Twitter for all of his Phillies coverage with Crossing Broad. Now, we got to address the elephant in the room. Castellanos. I can't go a day by where it's not either on Twitter or on the text board. People are losing their minds about this guy. But, Bob, I can't let go of the fact that in April, he hit great. He had a 300 batting average. And if you take April and May together, he had almost the majority of his home runs and RBI in that stretch. And, Kruk keeps saying, the back of the baseball card doesn't lie. Well, Bob, part of the back of the baseball card is you see that every other year Castellanos has a good year. So is this just part of who he is?
I didn't think so. I thought that you would get more consistency from a year total standpoint. I mean, he's a streaky hitter. He's gone through stretches in his career before where he has struggled. There's no doubt about it. There's been multiple times where he's gone 2 months even where he hasn't figured it out. But we're approaching August now, and it's been May, June, July. So it's been 3 months now where he's been one of the least productive hitters in the National League. And so I don't know at this point how confident you can be in any type of resurgence. If he finishes strong and has a good August and September, I think people will forget about a lot of his struggles, but it's not so much batting average for me. It's the approach and how many hittable pitches he's missing. You go back to yesterday's game and he singles, I want to say it was maybe the 6th inning, a flare out to right. And it feels like that for the last 2-3 months, any hit that he gets is kind of like that inside out, punch it out to right field type of hit. He's not driving the ball with any authority. And in the 9th inning yesterday, he has an opportunity against David Robertson. He gets a 3-1 center cut fastball that he should have hit to the moon. And Nick Castellanos of 2021 would have done big time damage with that pitch. And this year, swings and misses at it. A couple pitches later, he fouls out. I mean, that's been the story of his season. And I do wonder to what extent things are snowballing on him. He's not having fun. He's frustrated. And to what degree is the mental aspect of this now starting to take a toll on the physical production?
Now, today, Thompson, again, shuffles around with the lineup at Park because going against a lefty, but Vierling's back at the top. Schwarber, Hoskins, Romuto, Castellanos, Boehm at the DH, which is interesting. Munoz, Stott, Camargo. It seems like they're trying to go a little heavy defense on the infield for tonight's game for Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they're scoring runs right now, I don't know that they can tweak the lineup and shuffle the lineup to get the offensive explosion that they want. So how do you find runs? If you can't generate runs, how do you prevent runs? And so, yes, I agree with you. This is a little bit more of a defense first oriented lineup, and we'll see. I think that, Johan Camargo has not played much lately. This is an opportunity against his former team to kind of get a look, get a day here. And to be honest with you, the way that Didi Gregorius is going right now, I mean, I like this lineup in part because Didi Gregorius isn't part of it. And I know that that's probably a great sound clip and it sounds really mean and like a hot take, but Didi Gregorius, I respect the player that he's been throughout his career, but he does not have it right now. A couple nice plays defensively over the weekend, at least on Sunday. Offensively, though, I mean, he looks like he's swinging a 2x4 right now. He just cannot get the bat through the zone. He cannot drive the ball with any authority. And until he does so, they have to limit his playing time.
What was said about Boehm going to DH? He actually played well this weekend. He was like the one guy who seemed to hit almost every day. Boehm, and it's almost like the Phillies are like, hey, you're hitting, so just go be a hitter right now.
Yeah, and I think that that's a fine approach. I know that we like to give a lot of applause to Alec Boehm for his defensive improvement, but he's still an average at best defensive third baseman, and I think that's generous. So, I mean, I would say he's still slightly below average, but to his credit, over the last month, in the month of July, his OPS is now north of 1,000. He's hitting 400 this month. Average is up over 280, and I know he's not for a ton of power. I know that he leaves a lot to be desired from that corner infield power production and what you want, but you have to credit the way that he swung the bat in the month of July, and you have to keep him in the lineup right now, the way that this offense is going.
All right, two more things for you, Bob, before I let you go. First of all, I got a poll question today. I want to ask you about it because basically in the aftermath of the Flyers' failure to sign Goudreau, I said, all right, last 22 years, the worst free agent failures in Philadelphia, right? So for the Phillies, I picked the Adam Eaton contract. Oh, yeah. The 6.10 ERA for $15 million. I know a lot of fans out there that are like, oh man, what about Cassiel? Well, Cassiel's only been here for half a year. Adam Eaton had 2 years of failure in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I would say Adam Eaton is probably as you were forming the question, I didn't know where we were going. So I was like, Nnamdi Asomugha. I went Eagles right away. And then for the Phillies, it probably is Adam. It probably is Adam Eaton. Yeah. Although you could throw like the Papelbons into it. Like I know he's the team's all-time leading saves leader, but it was not in hindsight a good use of money, the amount that they paid him for what they were as a team. And that was probably a deal they'd like to have back as well.
Well, for the Eagles, I actually put the Eagles letting Dawkins walk. That was the one I went with the Eagles. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's only taken them, it only took them 10 years to find a competent safety following his departure. So, I mean, it's been, that's one that they're still trying to figure out. So, yeah, I would say that. I think that the 2011 season just always sticks out to me just because of the expectations and what they were.
Right. The leader in the clubhouse right now, the winning vote getter right now is Sixers not keeping Butler. That's the leader in the clubhouse. That's the leader. Dawkins is second. Goudreau is actually third. He's ahead of the Adam Eaton one. So I guess maybe a lot of Philly fans don't remember Adam Eaton. It's kind of like banished from their memory.
You know what's unique about yours, though, with letting Dawkins walk? It's the one that when it happened, everybody said this is a horrible idea. When some of these other moves were made, you could at least defend them. You understood them. The Dawkins one never made sense.
Right, and that's why, to me, it always stands out because Dawkins went on to be still a good player in Denver. It's not like he just fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that.
All right, before I let you go, one more thing. So when the Phillies went to extra innings on Saturday night, I was very conflicted because I'm sitting there watching this game. And then I got all this news of all the Marvel movies blowing up all over my timeline. So I was so overwhelmed by all the Marvel announcements that Alvarado blowing that game on Saturday night almost was like okay for me.
I guess as long as you have a good distraction, the Phillies are fine. As long as you have something else you can turn to for an outlet, then the Phillies are your team. But if you're living and dying on a nightly basis with the Phillies, then you're in trouble.
Right, exactly. By the way, did you go to the game yesterday?
I was at the game yesterday. Yes, I was.
Okay, so how bad was it, the heat? Because I don't think it was a coincidence that there were way more people there Saturday night than there were there on Sunday.
I thought the weather here yesterday was insufferable. To put it in perspective, it's 90 degrees out here today, and it's still pretty humid, and it almost feels like the middle of September. It was just that bad yesterday. So I don't fault anybody for staying home and not taking in Phil's Cubs on a Sunday.
Well, hopefully people will be there tonight like they were Saturday night because the Braves are in town. Ranger Suarez on the mound. He is Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. Follow him on Twitter at Bob Wankel CB for all your Phillies coverage with Crossing Broad. Bob, great stuff today.
All right, Josh. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, man.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, Ranger Suarez back on the mound tonight. Some changes to the lineup. Alec Boehm is your DH. Camargo is going to play third. Stott at short. Munoz at second. So you're going heavily on the defense with Vierling in center field for the Phils tonight. Yeah, I'm literally watching this Phillies game on Saturday night, and all these announcements, I mean, I don't know if they planned that way, but it was like Marvel, for those who didn't see, Marvel Studios literally announced every one of their projects from like this year through 2025. And I'm just trying to keep up with it while I'm watching this Phillies game. And I'm realizing I don't have the mental capacity right now. I'm so burnt out mentally from the week. I'm just so exhausted that I can't keep up with the Marvel and the Philly stuff. And I reread through everything the next day, and I was like, yeah, that was a lot last night. My goodness. Ryan Rothstein from the Philadelphia CityCast joins me next here in a Monday edition of the Sports Bash.
This summer. 0-2 on the way. Swinging a high fly. This is blasted out to deep right center field. Forget about it. Bryce Harper.
We plan on giving South Jersey something cool, because it's going to be a hot one.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Elevated the heater at 96 to get out of the inning. Heck of a job by Zach Wheeler.
Your official station for Summer at the Shore. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The seafood, extraordinary. The value, tremendous. The sunsets, on the house. The Boathouse Restaurant is open for outdoor seating daily. At the Boathouse Restaurant, enjoy spectacular cocktails on the marina deck or their $17 sunset special dinners. Dine outside on the deck with Wildwood's best view of the Intercoastal Waterway. Next door to the Boathouse Restaurant is Yuri's, two outstanding restaurants at one big location at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Experience what the Jersey Shore is all about at Yuri's and the Boathouse.
Progressive Snapshot can save you money based on how you drive and how much you drive. So the safer you drive, the more money you could save. Now, if you didn't hear that because you were yelling at another car while driving, let me say it again. You need to calm down. Yelling is just making everyone as stressed out as you are and letting them all know that you definitely aren't trying to save with Progressive Snapshot. And if you did hear it the first time because you weren't yelling at another car, nice work. You'd love Snapshot from Progressive because it rewards safe drivers. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California and North Carolina or from all agents.
We're Town Square Media, and along with the awesome radio station you're listening to right now, we're publishers of best-in-class national entertainment brands like Taste of Country, Pop Crush, and more. And when combined with our local brands, we can reach over 70% of consumers in our community. At Town Square, all this digital clout puts us in a unique position to help local businesses grow with powerful marketing solutions. In addition to local radio, we're experts at web design and SEO, plus targetable advertising solutions like streaming TV, addressable geofencing, YouTube, Snapchat, Facebook, Spotify, search engine marketing, and so much more. That may sound like a lot of buzzwords, but really all that matters is we can deliver a relevant and ideal target audience to your business with data-informed decisions. No guessing, no waste, and you gain a trusted marketing partner with Town Square Media.
Take your business to the next level. Call our Director of Sales, Jim McLean, today at 609-910-5247.
Almost 3 million people use Navage to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier. I'm Martin Hoke, and I invented Navage, the world's only nose cleaner that helps flush out airborne germs with powered suction. But what do doctors have to say about Navage? Here's Dr. Tonya Farmer, a board-certified ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Most airborne allergens and viruses enter through your nose. When that happens, it can cause congestion and irritation, and that just makes you feel miserable. You can get a cold, you can get flu, sinus infections, or even worse. Flushing your nose with a saline solution is the most effective way to flush all of those dangerous threats out of your nose. So now when patients come in my office, I tell them I highly recommend that you use Navage on a daily basis for overall good health and wellness.
And Navage is all natural and drug-free at Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Matt Black Kia wants to give you independence. Yes, independence. Like freedom from down payments, freedom from payments for 3 months, and freedom from your old car. Plus, if you have a job and clear $350 per week, Matt Black Kia wants to approve you today on any brand new Kia or pre-owned vehicle in stock, or one of hundreds of new 2023 Kia models en route, all with zero down and zero payments for 90 days. So bring any trade in any condition, even if you're stuck in a loan or lease. Matt Black Kia wants to get you released. Get cash for your car today, even if you don't buy a car from us. But why wouldn't you buy a new Kia? Because you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
On approved credit plus applicable taxes and fees. See dealer for details. Not all will qualify. Deferred payment through TFCU. Interest accrues from date of sale. Offers don't combine. Go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details. Expires 8/7/22. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
The radio home of Joel Embiid, James Harden, and the 76ers.
Alley-oop me,
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. We are 97.3 ESPN, a Town Square media station.
This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia studios, here's Mike Gill.
3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill is being brought to you by the Garden State Beer Company at Garden State Beer Company in Galloway. Their motto is a beer for everyone. Contact them today at 609-232-BEER for the Garden State Beer Company. We got a poll question to get to. We got all kinds of crazy news from the last, 48 hours. I mean, Phillies are a bunch of losers. I mean, that's where we got to start, right? Poll question is up at 973 ESPN. Kevin Durant, a Celtic? I'm sure Ryan Rothstein's got plenty of thoughts about all that and more. You can follow him on Twitter at WiseRye. He is the host of the Philadelphia CityCast podcast, and he joins us right now here on 97.3 ESPN. Ryan, how you doing today?
I'm doing much better than the Phillies are.
So let's start with the Phillies being a bunch of losers. You know, this weekend, to me, I thought was an embarrassment because you got outscored by one of the worst teams in baseball. And I know everyone wants to complain about Castellanos, Ryan, but it's like, I can't be that mad at the guy when the entire team is not doing their job.
I can, right? I mean, like,
right, it's fine.
No, I hear you because the team has bigger issues. There's more struggles. He's not the reason why they're losing. He's a part of it, obviously. So I understand that. But for me, it's like, who is this guy? Part one, both as a person and as a player. Part two is like, listen, he had a career year last year, 100 RBIs, I think 34 home runs, like a 372 on base percentage. He was unbelievable last year. So I'm not saying I expected that from him moving forward every season, but you just didn't know what you were going to get. You were hoping it'd be close to that, 80 to 90 ribbies, 20 to 30 home runs, right? Like we'd all be happy with that. The guy sucks and his attitude sucks. Him saying, it's a stupid question to Jim Salisbury, one of the most respected guys in the area who covers the Philadelphia Phillies. It's like, listen, man, like you got to be better than that. I don't care how frustrated you are. Bryce Harper was asked a similar question in 2019, and he said, yeah, I'd be booing me too right now. Right. Like it's easy. It's easy to handle those questions, even as hard as it may be for some people to handle it the right way. So I hated how he handled that. So I don't know where he's at with his headspace. I mean, I can go on and on, but he's really pissing me off, honestly.
So for you, it's more so his attitude about the situation than actually what he's done on the field, because you feel like what he's done on the field, it could at least be, you could at least stomach it if his attitude was different.
Yeah, I mean, up until Saturday post game, this wasn't really a factor for me. I mean, I was frustrated as all hell when all things related to Castellanos, but once he handled it that way, now I'm saying, man, do I even like this guy? Because I lost some respect for him, how he handled it. And now I'm concerned if he's even capable of, hitting his way out of it.
Well, that's the other problem. And that is in April, he had a 300 batting average and he was hitting great. But since then is the problem. And it's like, John Kruk keeps saying, we've all heard him say it, the back of the baseball card doesn't lie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kruk says that a lot. Well, if you look at the quote unquote back of the baseball card for Castellanos, he's an every other year guy. You go through his entire career, Detroit to Chicago, Cincinnati. Now it's like every other year is a good year. So is this just who he is? Did the Phillies pay $100 million for a guy who they're basically playing roulette and hoping it lands on black?
Yeah. I mean, I think this could be harsh, right? But until proven otherwise, I think he's a guy that's not a baseball guy, right? Like we talk about in the NBA, there's guys that benefit from being skilled and guys that the NBA benefits from, right? Like there's legends and then there's guys that are super skilled, but, just want to get that one max contract, maybe two of them. And, that's it. That's just not their love and passion. This guy just gets paid $100 million after that season. You can't help but wonder, how much of a worker, how much of a baseball gym rat is this guy? Because he's clearly not Bryce Harper. He's clearly not Schwarber. I'm not talking about the numbers. I'm talking about the work ethic and how much he cares and the passion that he has for this game to be better and to be good for the city and the team that he wears on his chest and all that other stuff. It doesn't seem like he gives a you-know-what.
Now, the Phillies are days away from the deadline. And you know how it is. Every fan, they got their trade scenarios, they got their tweets and their calls and their texts and everything. So I'm trying to simplify the conversation because we would lose half of our lives, Ryan, trying to rationalize through each of these ideas. But to me, I look at the Phillies like this. They don't have a lot of resources. They don't have the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Cardinals farm system to work with. So if you're going to burn some of those resources, you go in pitcher or you go in center field?
I mean, if we're picking one, it has to be pitcher. It absolutely has to be a starting pitcher. Especially with the Eflin knee injury lingering on, I believe for at least another month. So not that the starting pitching's been horrible, but you don't know what to expect from Nola come September. And you can't have freaking Bailey falter. No offense, Bailey, if you're listening. You can't have Bailey falter as your fifth starter every fifth day. It's a bad scene right now. You need to go get a guy. It doesn't have to be Luis Castillo. It just go get a guy in the Kyle Gibson tier just to secure some depth with your starting rotation. So it has to be an arm for me.
Yeah, I'm so conflicted on this because on one hand, I look around this team and I just saw the Cubs outscore you 25-7. You know what I mean? And it's like part of that was because Bailey Falter is Bailey Falter. So it's like on one hand, I look at it, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't have Bailey Falter starting any more games for this team. On the flip side, I'm like, dadgummit, nobody's hitting on this team. So I feel like from day to day, my mind changes on this question.
But to your point with Castellanos, like you have to blame the whole team. What is, first of all, let's say it's a center fielder or a bat. Mm-hmm. What are the Phillies really capable of going and getting? right? And that's not going to move the needle because right now it's just a whole lineup problem.
I mean, the ironic thing was Alec Boehm actually had the best weekend of everybody. He hit almost 500 for the weekend. And it's like the Phillies today said, well, we're going to keep you hitting by putting you at the DH tonight. And we're going to go defense on the infield. Like, that's how desperate they are. That tonight the solution was Ranger Suarez gets better defense and Boehm's the DH.
I like it, right? And obviously they go defense, but I also think it's a little bit of like a mental, hopefully like a mental boost, a nod to Boehm and what he's been able to do over the last 3 days. Like, listen, you're going to be in the DH spot because we need you so badly. We need your bat so badly, I should say. So it should be looked as a promotion if I'm him in a weird way, just for this scenario with what the Phillies are going through right now.
That, and also the fact that I mentioned this in the last hour, Ryan, Derek Hall is cooled off. He ain't slugging like he used to. So
right, of course. I mean, that was expected, right? I mean,
but it's time to get him out of the lineup. It's time to sit him down for maybe a couple days and be like, dude, recalibrate.
Do you think Castellanos should sit down for a couple days?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Me too.
He needs at least one day to sit on the bench. And I say that because I have heard other ball players. Like, I watch a lot of MLB Network, okay? And I've heard guys on that network, a lot of them say, guys like DeRosa and others talk about, Carlos Pena, and they've said, when you are not playing well, some of the best things that ever happened to them, they said, is sitting on the bench, watching the game from a different angle.
Yeah.
And, maybe that's what Castellanos needs. Maybe he just needs one day to not stand in that batter's box and get booed.
I agree. And it's not a you suck right now, go sit on the bench and think about it. It's just take a day off, dude. Like, get the bat out of your hands for a day or two. Like, just based on elaborating off of what you said, I completely agree. I just think he needs to get away from the batter's box, away from the game, not literally, but away from the game for a game or two. Not that that's the answer, but man, this ain't the answer either.
Ryan Rothstein is the host of the Philadelphia CityCast, joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN at Wise Rye on Twitter. Now, we know that tonight, and you're a guy who talks a lot of betting, Ryan, Ranger Suarez hasn't really pitched that great against the Braves. So is tonight one of those nights that you just, if you're a betting man, are you betting against the Phils tonight?
No, I actually gave out the Phillies on the money line as a play on my episode today. They're at home. Not that it's a huge factor, but it does count for something. They're coming off a series where they get embarrassed and swept by the 22 games under 500 Chicago Cubs. So now you have the Braves coming into town. You have to have some urgency. They're going up against Fried, who's, he's having a nice season, and he's pitched really well. I know the last time he faced the Phils, I think he went 6 innings, 2 earned runs. He didn't have a decision in that game. So let's say they copy and paste that. The Phillies only get 1 or 2 on the board in the first 6 or 7. I'm banking on the game being close and maybe the Phillies winning it in the 8th or 9th inning, and you can get them at almost up to a plus 150 value on the money line. So you always have to look for that value a little bit and try and, simulate it if we're playing a video game in your mind. And with all that being said, I actually lean Phillies betting wise.
So to you, it's less about Suarez than it is about the Phillies as a collective, waking up and, dusting off their pants and getting back to work.
Yeah, offensively, I'm hoping for them to piece some things together tonight. And Suarez has given us some good outings, right? Let's hope he can step up here tonight and maybe give this team, 6 innings, 2 or 3 earned. That's all I'm looking for him to do. And that's all we're ever really looking for him to do. But I think he's capable of it tonight.
Well, the Braves are the only team that Suarez has 2 starts against this year that he has pitched poorly against. He has a 7.36 ERA in 2 starts. He has allowed 12 hits in 11 innings, along with 2 home runs and 9 runs and 6 walks. So
yeah, he's due. He's due for a good outing.
Oh, so he's due. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope you're right, because I was saying over the weekend, Saturday, it was just like a liver shot. It was like being hit in the stomach, watching them lose in extra innings. The only thing that salvaged my evening was all the Marvel announcements that came down like a flood. It was ridiculous. They announced everything through 2025, for goodness sake. And then Sunday, you kept thinking, they might win this game. And then it was just like, nope. Like you literally walked away from the weekend and be like, well, the Phillies stink.
I mean, that's the only way you can walk away from the weekend. Like, and it's here they are again, being the Phillies.
Here they are again.
Right. Like, seriously, we're all happy going into the All-Star break, but let's like look back on what the Phillies were doing before that series against Miami. They lost 4 straight games. All right. So they were 2-4 on the road trip at that time, going into the Friday game against the Miami Marlins. They sweep them to get to 5-4 on the road trip. They get to 6 games over 500. So it's like, all right, we sweep a division opponent who we've had trouble having success with in Miami. All well and good. 6 games over 500. We're in the playoffs that they started today. They were 5-4 on the road trip, and they're back on this damn seesaw. They come back from the break and they get embarrassed and get swept by the Chicago Cubs. So there's a trend here. And now they have to face the Braves. Then they face the Pirates. Then they have to go on the road and face the Braves again. This thing can unravel here so quickly.
Yeah, that's 4 games in Pittsburgh. So It's like this could be really good or really bad by the time we get to the deadline over the weekend. Now, we talked about Castellanos and how that's not looking so good for the free agency. My poll question today, because I wanted to do this last week, but I really want the Ryan Rothstein perspective on this poll question.
All right.
Because you are closer to the voice of the fan than I am. I'm Mr. Objective. Even when things are good or bad, I'm still going to be, try to be the level-headed guy, right?
Okay.
You're more of the, the diehard. I mean, you got all the Philly, Eagles, Sixers stuff behind you. I don't have that. So the poll question is, I want to keep it to 22 years because once you get back to the 90s, things can go sideways with these kind of questions. So in the last 22 years, what has been the worst Philly free agency failure? Is it the Eagles letting Brian Dawkins walk, the Sixers not keeping Jimmy Butler, the Flyers ignoring Goudreau wanting to come here, or the Phillies paying Adam Eaton $15 million for a 6.10 ERA over 2 seasons?
The Adam Eaton one was bad, really bad. I mean, that's probably in the top 10 all time for Philly sports, but I'm a Sixers guy out of the all 4. It's my wheelhouse, I guess we can say. Sixers basketball in general. So I'll go with the Butler walking, and we all know what happened with Ben Simmons and Brett Brown, and those were the 2 guys that were rumored to be big factors in why they didn't bring Jimmy Butler back. And on paper, that was still far and away the 76ers best roster. That roster was head and shoulders better than this roster going into this season. And I actually like this roster right now for the Sixers, but it has to be Jimmy Butler out of those options by far.
Yeah, that's why I phrased it. Sixers didn't keep Butler because they could have kept him. They could have re-signed him. They could have traded Ben Simmons. They didn't have to go down the road that they did. And they did. Now, you could argue, like you just said, Ryan, maybe they're not here today where they are now. But, man, Jimmy Butler has led the Miami Heat to not 1 but 2 Eastern Conference Finals, and he went blow for blow with LeBron in the NBA Finals. So, to me, I feel like the Butler thing is just it. You're right. It may be the most ugly of the 4.
Yeah, I think it has to be. It has to be. You put 4 great options up there. But for me, it's Butler because I just feel like that was a move that if they went the other way with, we could be talking about a championship banner hanging.
Well, right now at 973 ESPN on Twitter, 43% agree with you, Ryan, about Jimmy Butler, but 33% are going Dawkins. So it seems like this is a race between 2 options. It's nice to see the Flyers get some hate with Goudreau getting 16% though. So
You know, I did a little bit of research. I have some honorable mentions if you want to hear them.
Oh. Now, are we staying the last 22 years or are we going to the 90s too?
No, the like 3 that I wanted to bring up are all in your timeline.
Okay, nice. I like it. Give it to me.
Let's start with the 76ers. Well, actually, this one's a little bit out of your timeline. Sorry, but it's close. Matt Geiger.
Oh, yeah, because he was, yeah.
1998, so my bad, but it's worth bringing up.
It is worth bringing up because the Geiger thing, that was in that era when like it felt like the Sixers every year were trying to find these random dudes to play with Iverson. And every offseason, we got some like strange explanation for why this is the guy, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it was like, first it was Stackhouse, then they traded Stackhouse, then they drafted Larry Hughes, then they signed Matt Geiger, then they brought in, oh my goodness, who was the one guy they brought in? I forget. It was like 98 or 99. Tony Kukoc. They brought in Tony Kukoc.
Keith Van Horn.
Keith Van Horn was after the 2001 team.
Yeah.
But I meant before they actually went on the run, it was like every year it was like this trade, this signing, and it was just like face palm emoji every year.
It was bad. That Geiger contract was worth $51 million, 6 years, $51 million.
That's a good pull by you.
Yeah, so that one was atrocious. A couple others. DeMarco Murray for the Eagles.
Yep.
2015, 5 years, $40 million.
Now, do we include as the footnote of Frank Gore being here for one day before DeMarco Murray?
Yeah, I think we need to.
Because remember the whole thing was they got Frank Gore. He's the perfect back. And then Frank Gore's like, no, I'm out of here.
He's like, no, I'm good.
And the Eagles were like, but we got DeMarco Murray. And you're just like, but he doesn't fit the offense.
That was legendary, both of those, for all the wrong reasons. One more.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a couple more, but we can maybe get to them later in the hour.
No, this is fun. I like this.
All right, so this is a Flyers one. Can you guess where I'm going?
Is this Peter Forsberg?
No, that's a good one, though.
Okay. What do you got?
Brizgalov.
Oh, yes. Lost in the Woods.
2011, 8 years, $51 million.
Now, I remember that in part because I remember how desperate they were to convince everybody that this was the guy. Remember that?
I mean, you felt like he could be.
The sales pitch was stronger than the player. It was incredible.
Yes, but listen, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, his stats before he played a game in a Flyers jersey uniform, you had reason to be hopeful that, like, all right, they have a legitimate goalie now, right? Like, whatever that means. But
well, the problem is that, remember, they went to the Stanley Cup final with like 3 different goaltenders taking turns.
Yeah.
That was Leighton and Boucher, and I forget the third guy off the top of my head right now. But like, I guess the theory was back then that, well, if we only have one goaltender, it'll be different. And listen, when he was in Phoenix, he was a 2-time All-Star. He was a really good player, but then he came to Philadelphia, and it's not that he was the worst player ever. He just wasn't worth the money.
You know what's interesting? You bring up the Flyers getting to the Cup with 18 different goalies. It's crazy that they did that. And then it's crazy the Sixers just, Iverson dragged them to the finals with, him and the Island of Misfit Toys.
Absolutely.
And then Nick Foles wins it for the Eagles. It's like the last 3 or 4 championship appearances in this city outside of the Phillies in 08, but you can make an argument they were a little bit underdoggy.
Of course they were.
It was just like improbable runs.
The Phillies never got anywhere when they had the 4 horsemen. When they had Halladay, Lee, Oswalt, Hamels, they didn't get to the World Series. No, they got to the World Series with Jamie Moyer and Joe Blanton, and the next year with Old Man Pedro. That's who they got to the World Series with.
Which made it just that much more more sweet. It was awesome.
By the way, the other goalie was Ray Emery that year. I completely forgot about Ray.
He was a part of that Cup run?
Yes, it was. Wow. So you had 27 starts for Michael Leighton, 29 26 for Leighton, 29 for Emery, and 26 for Boucher. I mean, that's almost
Boucher was the guy.
Split. Well, the thing is that Boucher and Leighton took turns getting hot in the playoff run.
Right.
It felt like Leighton would play 2 games and then he get lit up. And they put Boucher in. He played 3 games, then he got lit up. And then Leighton comes back in. And it was like, I use the roulette analogy again. It's like, you just kept spinning the roulette. Well, let's hope we get black this time, boys. And then you hit black and you're like, all right, I'm going to bet it all on the next one. And then you lose the money. You're like, darn it. Can I get some money from you next door?
And obviously the image of Boucher with the, blocker pad fist pump
right,
to get him into the playoffs.
So what was your other one you had there?
I mean, I got a bunch more. I gave you Brizgalov. I gave you Geiger. I gave you DeMarco Murray.
Yep.
So a couple other ones. Elton Brand for the 76ers in 08.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't atrocious as some of the other ones, but it was
5 years, $82 million, Josh.
The money is what made it such an eyesore.
All right. That's what we're talking about there.
Yeah. All right. I got you.
That's a horrendous contract for Elton Brand at that point in his career. What's your thoughts on Arrieta in 17?
I think you could put in the conversation. I think he was definitely a disappointment.
Yeah.
I think he became more famous for his off the field stuff than his on the field stuff.
Yes. And then I'll throw one more at you. The Eagles in 2015, Byron Maxwell.
Yeah, Maxwell was a real bad look because he was like Dom Diasamoah in some ways. It was like he came from a specific system that amplified who he was, and then he goes out of that system and he can't play anymore. So,
I mean, he was one of the top, the top guys at his position at that time. One of the top guys in free agency in that offseason, Super Bowl champion. Eagles get him, and then he literally forgets how to play football.
But you know what? The pain of Maxwell got lessened a little because they were able to trade him and Kiko Alonso, which eventually landed them Carson Wentz, which got them to the point in 2017 where Nick Foles could ride in and save the day and win the Super Bowl. So
true.
The thing is, with all the guys you mentioned, at least Maxwell was able to be flipped into something positive.
That indirectly, turned into value. Yeah. I like it.
He's Ryan Rothstein. We'll talk more on the other side. He mentioned how much he's a basketball guy out there. Well, we got to get into this Kevin Durant stuff because when this news popped off in the middle of the night, I thought it was fake because it had a 2 a.m. Woj timestamp. I wasn't sure if Woj was drunk or not, but apparently it is a real thing, and it's apparently the story is getting to the point where now Jaylen Brown is tweeting about it. So we'll get into all that coming up next because remember, if Durant goes to Boston, that impacts the Sixers a good amount next year. That could be a bad deal for Philly fans next year. All that next here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
We never stop talking Eagles and NFL. It's football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and get you back on the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Now, local businesses can get closer to every customer in their city with fast, affordable shipping. Introducing USPS Connect Local. You want speed? We deliver same or next day. You want savings? We give you supplies at a flat rate. You want less legwork? We do free pickups. Move your local business forward with the United States Postal Service. Let's connect at USPSconnect.com/local. Specific markets, restrictions apply. Same day or next day delivery expected, but not guaranteed with entry close to final destination.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night.
until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
Okay, import footage. How is the hard drive already full?
Jawan's Pilates studio converted to entirely virtual classes.
What's MPEG?
But leading and editing sessions is stretching her too thin.
It says render failed. What I do?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
With GMF financing approved credit. Excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet. Because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store only, limit 30.
If you're in HR, you're probably wearing a lot of hats. Recruiter, team builder, trainer, mediator, policymaker, and of course, paper pusher. But not anymore. Bamboo HR is the #1 HR software for small and medium businesses. It manages all your employee data easily and automates countless tasks, so you can focus on people, not paperwork. Bamboo HR frees you from spreadsheets, so you can do your real job, creating a great place to work. If the data shuffle and paperwork mountain have you ready to hang up all your hats, you're ready for Bamboo. If you handle HR records and paperwork, Bamboo HR is a dream. Let us free up your time and put your days of pushing paperwork behind you so you can focus on the people and making your company a great place to work for everyone. Try PC Magazine's top pick for HR software free today. Just go to bamboohr.com/panda. This is a limited offer only available to radio listeners at bamboohr.com/panda. That's bamboohr.com/panda.
Driving happy with Febreze car.
You're driving home when, oh no, you hit the longest red light in town. What's this? You're smiling because your car smells amazing. You just installed a Febreze car vent clip. Ha ha! 5 weeks ago, with up to 40 days of consistent Febreze scent, those lights can stay red for as long as they'd like.
Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank and CLC. Before we get to the Kevin Durant stuff, Ryan, we got a couple texts from the listeners to get to. You ready?
Let's do it.
So I mentioned earlier in the first hour about how ridiculously hot it was this weekend. Cole from LBI says, I lost about 15 pounds at my softball tournament this weekend. It was the worst conditions I ever played in.
It was hot. Milk was a bad choice.
Another texter says a horrible decision with Andrew Bynum. Now, the problem is Andrew Bynum was a trade. He was not a free agent move. So we were isolating at the free agent moves because, Ryan, you know how it is. You wake up, you see the headline, and you get excited. You see a team sign somebody, it has a different feel in the off season, right?
Of course.
So Bynum was a trade, and it was a confusing trade as well. It took about 2 months for us to figure out what the hell happened with that trade because there were 6 teams involved, and Iguodala went to Denver, and Dwight Howard went to the Lakers, and Bynum ended up at Philadelphia, and the rights to Vucevic went to Orlando. It was a fiasco deal.
So it was a legendary trade, not in a good way for the 76ers.
Honestly, I don't think that trade benefited anybody, did it? Dwight Howard went to the Lakers. We know how that went.
Yeah.
Iguodala was in Denver for 1 year. Then he went to Golden State and won a championship. Orlando got Vucevic. I guess that was the winner.
Well, you can argue, what happens with Iguodala if he doesn't get traded at that point. Does he ever end up in Golden State? Because maybe he doesn't end up in Denver. Like, I don't, who knows?
Another text says, Josh will use any excuse to shift the conversation to hockey.
Really?
I don't think I have that high of an affinity for hockey.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. Unless you were, you've been heavy on the hockey in the first hour. I missed it.
Well, I've been heavy for the last several days about how embarrassing the Flyers are, that there was literally a guy who was willing to come to your team who's a superstar, and you were like, nah, we don't feel like getting you. Like, to me, I feel like that's the embarrassment of all embarrassments for the organization.
No, it is. I mean, the Flyers, I ranted about them over the weekend. The Flyers are an absolute dumpster fire. I mean, they're at a point now for the first time in my lifetime where the Flyer diehards, right? Because like all Philly fans are 4 for 4, but bandwagon a little bit with the Phillies and the Flyers, even the Sixers. Like if the Sixers suck, the arena's empty. Right. The Phillies stink, the ballpark's empty. The Flyers, throughout my lifetime, the Wells Fargo Center was always full, man. There's always a wait list for season tickets. It feels like that is shifting now. They are fed up. Their patience has wavered and is finally grown thin enough to a point where they're done with this team, and that's a scary spot to be in.
All right, so let's get to the Durant stuff, because now there's no trade has happened, but we have legitimate reporting that apparently what was offered was Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and draft picks for Durant, to which the Nets were like, we need more than that. Now, it sounds like you at least have a starting point in a conversation, at least. It's not like somebody's offering just draft picks for Durant. So to me, my thought is, Ryan, this is scary if you're a Sixer fan, because Durant going to Boston could be the worst case scenario for Philadelphia.
100%. But I don't think it's going to happen, right? Because first of all, Brooklyn is more than fair to turn that off. That offer ain't enough for Kevin Durant, dude. Like if I'm
it's not, but it's a legitimate starting point, is it not? Because you're saying, okay, here's Jaylen Brown. Well, can we work off of that?
Yeah, it's a starting point, but I don't know how much more Boston's going to be willing to give up. Like, here's my comparison. Anthony Davis in 2019, when he gets traded out of the Pelicans organization, that was a haul, right? And that's at least what it's going to take to land Kevin Durant. All right. So for people that don't remember, Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, Josh Hart, and 3 first-round draft picks for Anthony Davis. That is absolutely what is going to be asked and required, I should say, to land Kevin Durant. I don't know what team has all of that right now for Brooklyn.
I think part of the problem in all this is there's reports are out there that people aren't offering Brooklyn legitimate offers. A lot of these offers have been kind of like, what can we get away with kind of offers. Because the reporting now, I don't know if you saw the Shams report today, but apparently Kyrie is like, I want to play in Brooklyn. I don't care if Durant's here or not anymore. Like we're at the point now where you may have Ben Simmons and Kyrie playing together next year, and Durant will be the one somewhere else.
Dude, It is. It's a bleep show. All right. I mean, that's what Papelbon was talking about. The Nets are the bleep show. All right. Not the Phillies. I mean, my goodness. That, like, you don't know what to believe. I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything that Kyrie Irving says. Who the hell knows what's going to happen with Ben Simmons? And who the hell knows what's going to happen with this Kevin Durant stuff? My guess is Kevin Durant doesn't get traded, but you never know. I have no idea if Kyrie is going to be in the United States in November. I have no idea if he's going to be playing cricket or basketball. I have no idea, like, what the heck that guy is doing. So it's like I have no clue how to discuss any of those guys.
Now, this all comes on the heels of the reported trade rejection that involved Russell Westbrook, where apparently the Lakers are like, well, we'll give you a first-round pick in Westbrook, and you give up a couple of guys. And the Pacers were like, well, we need another first-round pick.
What were the actual details there? Like, who were the Pacers going to give up?
Let me get it to you really quick.
Because I don't have it in front of me. I'm like, what is Westbrook even worth right now? That's why I asked that.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because, like, you literally had apparently a trade, like, some parameters, and the report was that trade talks are now dead. And here it is. Trade talks are now dead for Westbrook. This is from The Athletic. So the Pacers were going to trade Miles Turner and Buddy Hield to the Lakers. The Lakers are going to trade Russell Westbrook and a first-round pick to the Pacers. The Pacers apparently wanted a second first-round pick added in, and that was a deal breaker for the Lakers.
It's insanity if you're the Lakers. That's a great return for current-day Russell Westbrook. It's a great return. That is a much better Lakers team. That's a massive upgrade. The thing is, I forget who I heard explaining this. I think it was on Colin Cowherd. I forget the guest a couple of weeks ago, but he made a good point. He's like, the Lakers need to hang on to these future draft picks just as trade assets. And that's how it always works in any professional sport. Like, people and fans always look at it like, oh, well, who cares about the second round? It's not about using that draft pick. It's about getting the most value out of that asset in a trade. Is this the best value we are going to get in a trade by using this draft pick? If you feel like you can get more value, then you're not going to want to throw that in.
Now, Shams is also reporting today that the Pacers still have interest in Westbrook, but now apparently two other teams have called about Westbrook, being the Knicks and the Jazz. First of all,
it would be so perfect if he goes to the Knicks. So perfect.
I thought the Knicks wanted Donovan Mitchell. Like, what are they going to give up on that now?
Yeah, they're the Knicks. That checks out. Yes, they want Russell Westbrook. They want Elton Brand too to play,
not be the GM. They just signed, what's his name? Who plays point guard?
Brunson.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson. And it's like, well, how many point guards do you need?
They massively overpaid for Brunson. Like, dude, like the Knicks, you're a 500 team right now. You're maxing out your bank accounts for Jalen Brunson. No disrespect, I like his game, but
he's certainly not as injury prone as Amari Stoudemire was.
No, I don't think anyone is.
But just think about that. Like, we are in a world right now where we could see both Westbrook and Durant traded in the same offseason. And it was just like 10 years ago, we were talking about them. Are they the next dynasty in OKC,
Yeah, look at how their careers have gone. Kevin Durant, you can say his career has gone well by finals MVPs and rings, but I talked about this with Gil like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Durant, I've lost all respect for Durant. That guy and his legacy is tarnished, in my opinion.
I don't even know what Durant wants. I don't think Durant knows what he wants anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I think he's trying so hard not to try that he's losing focus. Like, he's trying to come off like, I don't care. I am who I am. I don't care about what's said about me. I'm me. And in doing that, he's not really sure who he is. And I agree with you.
Ryan Rothstein, he's the host of the Philadelphia CityCast. You can follow him on Twitter at WiseRye. Coming up next, Ryan, a controversial name came up this weekend involving the Phillies. And I want to get your thoughts because this could be very interesting situation in 2 weeks because apparently social media are very split on this guy who apparently is going to be a part of the 1980 Phillies celebration. We'll get into that coming up next. Ryan Rothstein for the full hour here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
Our love for sports is what makes us different from any other station in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah!
Number one for live sports and sports talk. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City, SpringfieldMitsu.com.
We're Town Square Media, and along with the awesome radio station you're listening to right now, we're publishers of best-in-class national entertainment brands like Taste of Country, Pop Crush, and more. And when combined with our local brands, we can reach over 70% of consumers in our community. At Town Square, all this digital clout puts us in a unique position to help local businesses grow with powerful marketing solutions. In addition to local radio, we're experts at web design and SEO, plus targetable advertising solutions like streaming TV, addressable geofencing, YouTube, Snapchat, Facebook, Spotify, search engine marketing, and so much more. That may sound like a lot of buzzwords, but really all that matters is we can deliver a relevant and ideal target audience to your business with data-informed decisions. No guessing, no waste, and you gain a trusted marketing partner with Town Square Media.
Take your business to the next level. Call our Director of Sales, Jim McLean, today at 609-910-5247.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
This week on RVER, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Hey, Chief, we got a damaged RV on its way to the OR.
Well, that sounds like a job for the new head of RV surgery.
Wait, are you promoting me?
Congrats, Martinez.
Doctor, that RV's flatlining.
Well, that sounds like the job for the new head of nursing.
So you're just promoting everyone now?
Yeah, kind of looks that way, doesn't it?
When your RV really needs saving, Progressive has you covered. See if you could save with a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
Dealing with car problems? At AutoZone, we've got the free services you need to help you get back on the road. Like our AutoZone Rewards program. Members get a $20 reward every time they spend $20 or more 5 times. And if you're looking to reward your engine, start with regular oil changes. They help protect and lubricate your engine parts and keep it running smooth. Visit us at AutoZone.com and start the job fast with free same-day store pickup and free next-day delivery. See terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Okay, import footage. How is the hard drive already full?
Jawan's Pilates studio converted to entirely virtual classes.
What's MPEG?
But leading and editing sessions is stretching her too thin.
It says render failed. What I do?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Almost 3 million people use Navage to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier. I'm Martin Hoke, and I invented Navage, the world's only nose cleaner that helps flush out airborne germs with powered suction. But what do doctors have to say about Navage? Here's Dr. Tonya Farmer, a board-certified ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Most airborne allergens and viruses enter through your nose. When that happens, it can cause congestion and irritation, and that just makes you feel miserable. You can get a cold, you can get flu, sinus infections, or even worse. Flushing your nose with a saline solution is the most effective way to flush all of those dangerous threats out of your nose. So now when patients come in my office, I tell them I highly recommend that you use Navage on a daily basis for overall good health and wellness.
And Navage is all natural and drug-free at Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, and Target. Navage, Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Get out of that old car, truck, or SUV and into a brand new Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Or visit us online, mattblattnissan.com.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Still to come, football at 4 here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of the show. Ryan Rothstein is the host of the Philadelphia CityCast. We try to cover as much ground as we can in 1 hour here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Ryan, I'd be remiss if we didn't hit on the guy who came up over the weekend. Apparently, Larry Boehm was not supposed to break the news, from what I understand, but he let the cat out of the bag. So for the 1980 Phillies reunion celebration, Pete Rose will be in the house back in Philadelphia, well, basically since the 80s.
Yeah, it's crazy, but in a good way, right? Like, and this is a very popular topic of discussion, popular debate. And there's two different conversations that sort of go hand in hand, but don't, which are, should he be in the Hall of Fame? Which of course he should, but obviously given everything, not just his stats, should he be in the Hall of Fame? Should baseball look into removing the ban? So I talked about this a lot over the weekend. I'm curious your thoughts if you want to lead the convo, if you want to address both of those things. Should he remain banned for all of eternity? And should he or should he be in the Hall of Fame?
I've always felt he should be in the Hall of Fame because it's a museum. It's not church. It's not the morality police. There's a lot of scumbags in the Hall of Fame. There's a lot of bad, quote unquote, people who are in halls of fame. If we're going to keep Pete Rose out, you need to scrub some other guys. To me, if you care about the history of the game, you put him in, and part of his display is Pete Rose was banned from baseball for blah, 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 and that's why he's not allowed to be around. Like, you got to put the whole story of the game. Like, Shoeless Joe Jackson, all these guys need to be in there because people need to understand the full depth of the history of baseball, not just the parts that we want to pick out.
Do you think that, I don't know how to phrase it, do you think he should still be in the Hall of Fame and still be banned? Right? Because I look at it,
well,
if he's going to be in the Hall of Fame, I think they should remove the ban.
Well, Major League Baseball doesn't run the Hall of Fame. And so the Major League Baseball ban is separate from who runs the Hall of Fame.
Right.
To me, the ban in and of itself is kind of dated at this point because we live in a world now where, you work for a sports betting outlet. We all have endorsements for sports betting. Pete Rose was betting on his team to win. He never bet against his team.
As a manager.
And a player. He bet on his team to win as a player, too.
No, it wasn't, to my knowledge, and I looked into this a good bit a few days ago. To my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it was never officially confirmed that he bet on games as a player. They were only able to officially, conclude that he was betting as a manager, and he never openly admitted as a player. But
right. He never openly admitted, but the reporting that I saw from ESPN and that one E60 said that Pete Rose's betting habits predated his manager term. So
right. And I would agree with that. Listen, if he was betting to that extent, I'm sure he was betting as a player, but for what it's worth, right. Innocent until proven guilty. It wasn't proven. Doesn't mean he wasn't doing it.
Listen, I'm not trying to sound like I'm dismissing baseball's rules and everything, but in my mind, if I'm betting on my team to win, I might do more to help my team win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. That was my argument too. The rebuttal to that, not that I agree with this, but the rebuttal to that is let's say, use the manager part for an example.
Mm-hmm.
He's betting on his team to win. He's the manager. Well, he's overworking pitchers. He's overworking position players. He's making decisions because he needs to win that money that day that maybe in the long game of baseball, he typically wouldn't make those decisions.
Maybe not. I don't.
Right.
It's hard for us to confirm or deny that because
Exactly.
some of this stuff is very gray area.
Yes.
Look, I understand.
That's sort of the overall point, though, is it not?
Yeah. Well, that's why I think all of this is silliness because at the end of the day, David Ortiz went to the Baseball Hall of Fame. David Ortiz's name was on the Mitchell Report.
How awkward is that?
He never got caught doing anything, but his name was on the Mitchell Report. So it's like now we're getting into this area of like, well, which PED guys really deserve it or not? And it's
how about this? And I believe at one point when we hosted together and worked together, this came up on the air with each other. What about the managers who managed the known steroid users who are in the Hall of Fame and have 400 wins because of steroid users? Should they be removed?
Right. Do their wins get disavowed like a college basketball coach?
Right. I mean, technically they should.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. Look, I'm with you. I'm glad that Pete's going to be there.
Me too.
Because it's again, I'm a big believer in you got to tell the full story of history.
Yep.
We live in a world where people want to cancel each other and not look at different things. No, tell the whole story. That's my belief.
And I brought this point up too. Not that it matters. I know we're short on time, but so if Pete Rose came out and said he was a gambling addict and he went and got help and he apologizes for everything he's done and he's a different person now and gambling's also viewed differently now, as you mentioned, is that enough? People deserve second chances. And I know the rebuttal to that is it was clear in the rule book. If you bet on games, you're banned. Shut up, man. I get it. But it's nothing in life is ever that black and white. Pete Rose deserves for his story to be told. He deserves to be a part of things like this. Good for the Phillies for inviting him and good on him for showing up.
And by the way, according to the players, part of the reason why he is invited is because all the players wanted him there.
That's
so
great.
That kind of tells you what people think of him as well within the game.
Yep.
At Wise Rye on Twitter is the Twitter handle. The Philadelphia CityCast is the podcast. Like, subscribe, give it a 5-star review, all that good stuff. Ryan, I will talk to you on Wednesday.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Josh.
All right. Ryan Rothstein there. Coming up next, Football at 4. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast and InsideTheBirds.com. We are less than 24 hours from the Eagles reporting the training camp.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
We all know it's fun to joke and laugh with our friends and loved ones, but did you realize a good chuckle is actually good for your heart health? An article by the Cleveland Clinic states that laughing can actually increase blood flow by up to 20% and is similar to aerobic exercise in terms of aiding heart health. Laughter also reduces stress hormones such as cortisol and epinephrine, which can cause blood vessels to constrict. This can also lead to a boost in the antibody count in our blood, improving our immune system. Now more than ever, we could all really use a good laugh. So the next time you're feeling a little stressed, check out an online comedy show, a funny movie or TV show, or something that just makes you chuckle on social media. Catch up with an old friend or family member that always makes you laugh. It just might be good for your heart. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Did you take those big down payments?
You're darn right I did.
Your Honor, he is breaking the laws of Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. They made it clear. It's a crime to pay more than a dime. Every new Mitsubishi, one dime down.
Take them away. And at Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City, ask for credit amnesty.
If you bring home $350 a week, you could get up to $25,000 in credit. So, what's the beat on inventory?
Other dealers are struggling, but not Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City.
40 new Outlanders in stock now.
An entire fleet of new and pre-owned.
New Mitsubishis from just $17,000.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
at the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi Atlantic City.
In Pleasantville,
They service all makes and models.
Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com. Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com.
New 22 Mirage 16 Ford 9 down, $249 a month for 72 months at 3% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
Looking good, Mrs. Dubs.
The head groundskeeper at Thad's Golf Course just retired.
We need to find someone in the next 2 weeks. Someone with botany and management experience.
He needs a replacement because the greens are already looking a little rough.
Aeration. They need to know it all.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
O'Reilly. Stay cool this summer with AC Pro and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after mail-in rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. Beat the heat before you hit the road with AC Pro at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Dealing with car problems? At AutoZone, we've got the free services you need to help you get back on the road. Like our AutoZone Rewards program. Members get a $20 reward every time they spend $20 or more 5 times. And if you're looking to reward your engine, start with regular oil changes. They help protect and lubricate your engine parts and keep it running smooth. Visit us at AutoZone.com and start the job fast with free same-day store pickup and free next-day delivery. See terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
With GMF financing approved credit, excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet, because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
He is hit. He stumbles. He's down.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher.
I think our track record in the last 20 years, how many NFC East titles, playoff appearances, and appearances in the NFC Championship game, those are some of the metrics I look at, and I'll compare our record with almost anybody.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, this is Football at 4.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. The Inside the Birds podcast dropped this morning. Greg Cosell joined Adam Kaplan and Geoff Mosher for an excellent, insightful look at the Eagles as we are counting down the hours. There's no more days, it's hours until the Eagles report the training camp. Not that they're actually going to do anything tomorrow, but the fact that they're in there, it just gets the juices flowing. And Geoff Mosher is now with us here on Football at 4. Geoff, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Josh. How are you?
Doing good. So, first of all, beautiful timing by Greg Cosell to let you guys build up the inside the NFC East look right up to the day before the Eagles report to camp.
Oh, you thought that was Greg? You think that's Greg Cosell's planning that had it done right up till the?
Well, no,
okay.
I thought it was your plan, but it was Greg's. It was nice enough to Greg to accommodate you.
Yeah, it is. Oh, hey, man, it's great to have Greg on. He's a wonderful addition to the Inside the Birds family. A lot of we don't joke about this. This is serious, but it's kind of odd in that there's probably nobody who watches more NFL tape than Greg Cosell, including NFL employees, because most NFL teams, the people who watch tape, they're watching the next opponent, they're watching division, they're watching their own team for evaluation. Right. But Greg watches every single team all throughout the year, all throughout the offseason. And as he mentioned to do our podcast preview, he goes back to a lot of teams in the offseason that he was watching games of, and then watches individuals, specifically quarterbacks, right, and how they perform on third down or situationally, which is always a great extra study for him and provides a valuable resource for us. But there isn't a scheme, player, or team that he has not seen.
I love the part when Cassell said in the podcast he watched over 200 snaps in a row of Jalen Hurts before he started writing his notes down. Like, talk about the commitment he has. Like, when Greg Cosell says, I watched the tape, he means he literally watched the tape. And that's why I love it when he comes on with you guys.
There's a formula sort of it's not an exact science, but to tape watching, because it can be a monotonous thing and you don't want your eyes, to get tired of seeing the same thing over and over. But something I learned doing the scouting academy is, you like to watch, let's say you're going to scout a specific player, a left tackle, a wide receiver, and you want to watch 5 games of that person. That's usually a good sample size. A couple of road games, couple of home games, maybe a division game, just because there's different context in the situations. One beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year, same thing. But the first 2 games really are kind of like, you're not note taking with a pen and pad or anything. You're just getting kind of a big picture concept of what the player can and can't do, just by watching some tape. And then, like, by the time you get to game 3 or game 4, certain things will also already be in your mind from what you watched. There'll be things to look out for. And that's when you really start to do your kind of get into your note taking. This, for me, I don't know if it's for everybody, but it's something I learned through the scouting academy. But yeah, game 3, 4, 5, that's when you sort of get into your heavy duty note taking. But it is always good to just give yourself some sort of, like, just give your eyes a set point for the first 2 games without already going to the notebook and breaking up your habit of just watching play after play after play.
So with that being said, I mentioned Cassell spent all that time looking at Jalen Hurts. Mm-hmm. For you, Geoff, I don't want to give it all away, but was there something that Greg said on the pod about Jalen Hurts that maybe stood out to you versus some of the other things? Because he had a lot of different things to say about Hurts.
Yeah, he was I thought it fair and balanced with Jalen Hurts. Even used the word mixed bag, meaning he went back and watched mostly first down and third down throws, first down passes and third down throws. And he was able to find what he thought Jalen did well and where he thinks Jalen needs to improve the most. And I think so we use a term a lot, right? A lot of the things that don't go right for a player, we say are coachable, meaning it's not a natural thing. Like, the guy has enough arm strength, the guy has enough athleticism. What that person needs to do, though, is fine tune X, Y, and Z, which is something you work on with coaches, which Greg Cosell was talking about with Jalen Hurts. Now, in my experience, and I think a lot of people would say this, just because something's coachable doesn't mean it's going to be it doesn't mean the improvement's going to be made, right? It's still up to the player and also the coaching to be good. But that's always something you'd rather have as far as a talent or an ability that is simply not there.
When you think about Jalen Hurts, because obviously a lot of people are going to be watching him this year, you mentioned the coachable part. How much is the coachable part also the fact this is the first time this guy's going to be in the same offense with the same guy in his ear calling plays since basically high school?
I think that'll help. I mean, I imagine that when you say same offense, you're talking about verbiage, because it probably will look stylistically different and schematically different. But I do think it's to his benefit that he has the same set of eyes and ears, same set of people in the classroom, even as the same backup quarterback. Although last year they did have Joe Flacco for a while, but Gardner Minshew there. Right. So it's a pretty good environment, and obviously the offense is a little bit better with the addition of AJ Brown, some other guys. So the environment is there for more improvement. And I think he does have to make a big improvement in certain areas. Not many, but some that are very key as far as kind of to me, the biggest thing is, and Greg made this point. So again, not to give everything away, but this is an important one we can talk about that's been talked about before. There is pressure that's reality, and then there's pressure for a quarterback that's somewhat perceived. Jalen and a lot of quarterbacks who are not, who are still trying to improve, tend to feel pressure coming when it's not there. They see color, right? Or they see movement, and they feel that is the sign of a breakdown in protection and that they got to get out of the pocket. Sort of, it's a philosophy or a mentality or an instinct, really, that the best quarterbacks realize that doesn't always mean the pressure is going to be in your face, doesn't mean your offensive line is not going to recover, or that the movement that you're sensing may be on your own team. Trey Thomas has broken this down for us on Inside the Birds, that sometimes in pass protection, when the running back runs in front of Jalen Hurts' face or has to go across him to pick up a blitzer, that has forced Jalen out of the pocket because it feels like pressure even though it's not there. So I think that there's some other things like footwork and mechanics and knowing where you want to go with the ball before. But I think the biggest thing for Jalen is to be a little bit more relaxed in the pocket and navigate it and let that pass come into its own, that pass play, if it's there, as opposed to just kind of getting out of there the first sign that you think there might be pressure.
Now, moving over to who Jalen will be throwing the ball to, I thought Greg Cosell on the Inside the Birds podcast brought up an interesting point when you asked him the question about the Eagles receivers getting open last year. Mm-hmm. And my mind immediately went back to when Nick Sirianni was asked last year, what's the most important thing for a receiver? And Sirianni's like, he has to be able to get himself open. And Cosell was saying that, hey, these guys were getting open maybe a little more often people gave him credit for.
Yeah, and I think his larger point is that there are tons of times against zone defenses where it's not that necessarily that the wide receiver is getting open on his own abilities, but he's open because the left side of the zone was flooded with 3 receivers, but there were only 2 defenders there. So you naturally find a hole, right? Because we talked about this a lot last year, and Greg would bring up points, and Jason Avant would find them, and Adam and I would see it too in tape study there, where there were open receivers because it was a well-designed play against a zone, and you had a guy finding a pocket or in the seam or in the flat where he's open, and Jalen Hurts was not seeing him there. So that I believe is where we have the biggest kind of breakdown in open versus not open. But I also think, and this is me personally, Greg, I asked Greg about it, and it didn't recall him to him, but it certainly stood out to me that there were times when Jalen would have to leave the pocket or did leave the pocket. And when that happens, he's buying time for his receivers, right? And I thought that there were times where the Eagles receivers last year, including Dallas Goedert at times, struggled to get off of plaster coverage, which should not be that difficult. You've got the upper hand. The quarterback's running. The defensive back is sort of like, I don't know what to do here. I'm going to cover my guy, but I got to keep my eyes on the quarterback too in case he's running. And those were times where I felt like the Eagles did not do a great job of presenting openings for Jalen Hurts all the time. So I felt that they needed to work on getting off man coverage better, getting open off man coverage better. And I would imagine that the addition of A.J. Brown would help them with that.
How much also do you think, and this is not something Cosell brought up specifically, but I want to ask you, Geoff, is there also a factor of, hey, for some of those guys, this was the first year in Sirianni's offense. How much is that maybe a factor? Because a lot of times about the quarterback in the offense, but, the receivers got to run routes. The offensive line's got to block. Is there some part of it to familiarity for those guys as well in year 2?
I suppose so. I mean, I'm sure people will say that, sometimes though, it was a new offense for the running game. It didn't seem like that there was any issues there. Right. So I just think that we can nitpick at that, but that there are examples of new regimes taking over and doing just fine, So I don't know that was as much of an issue because it's not a complex offense. It's kind of it's a more pure West Coast offense of the Frank Reich mold than even the one that Doug Peterson was running. So I don't think that was any major restriction to the passing game.
Geoff Mosher, co-host of the Inside the Birds podcast, Eagles Insider, joining us here at Football at 4 on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. The other thing I thought was interesting that you guys asked Cosell about the offensive side of the ball was, you were touching base with him, and I know he didn't want to fully answer because Greg's not the kind of guy that just throw out like hot takes and stuff like that. But, I did think it was interesting that, Greg didn't bring up specific guys of the receivers too much, but he did say that he assumes that A.J. Brown is going to have an impact on the offense. So, Geoff, in your mind, what are something that maybe the Eagle fan can look at A.J. Brown and say, this is how he changed the offense from last year to this year?
Yeah, well, first of all, A.J. Brown's sort of unique for Eagles wide receivers because not since, I would say, Terrell Owens, and I'm not making apples to apples comparison, so everybody can relax, but the Eagles receivers have tended to be on that, shorter, thinner side, not really big physical freak of natures. Like you can put Alshon Jeffrey in the big physical category, but he was more like go throw the ball in his heyday with the Bears, 30 yards downfield, he'll jump up and catch it. And to be honest with you, he never really brought that to the Eagles because whether it was Carson or even a little bit Jalen, they just didn't kind of throw those type of balls to him. So, but the Eagles receivers in the past have been like your Deshaun's, your Jeremy Maclin's, Torrey Smith. They've all had a certain type of look and build about them. A.J. Brown is built like a tank. He's not the tallest guy in the world, but he's 6'2" so 220, I believe. He is a freak of nature as an athlete. And so I think what you should see is a guy who can, for that size and that ability, still be able to move both east-west, north-south similarly, and catch the ball, turn upfield, break contact, and not lose a whole lot of his second level acceleration, which is rare. And that's what makes him one of the better wide receivers in the league. And sort of unique. I mean, he's got this physical, compact power build that enables him to do things with the football after the catch that I don't think a guy like Devontae Smith could excel at because Devontae is just not that kind of guy. Or same thing with Deshaun Jackson, was not that kind of guy. Jeremy Maclin, accelerator, yeah, certainly, but he was more likely to beat you over the top than to take a 10-yard pass and then add 30 more yards onto it through either contact or just finding a hole to accelerate through, the way I imagine that the way that A.J. Brown should be used and will probably be used in this offense.
Flip over to the defense. How surprised or what was your takeaway from Greg Cosell being as complimentary as he was of Josh Sweat?
So he feels that Josh Sweat can be an even better pass rusher, but only, I don't want to say only, but used in a certain way, which is stretched out in the way Jim Schwartz used him, in a wide 9 where he's just kind of beat the offensive tackle, beat the right tackle, and get to the quarterback. If you play him over left tackle and then bring Hassan Reddick as the strong side linebacker down on the line of scrimmage, which they've been doing, or they will probably do, then you have to kind of move that DN, Josh Sweat, head up over the inside, over the tackle. So he's playing a different alignment, like a 5 or 7 technique. If he's a little outside, it's a little 7. So that changes his ability to use space with his speed. So if you can play him on the other side of scrimmage over right tackle and stretch him out there, play him in a 7 or a 9 technique, give him space, Greg believes that would capitalize on what he brings from a speed to power rusher and enable him to get more sacks.
Do you think that part of that also, Josh Sweat having maybe more of an impact, is also in part because he has Hassan Reddick on the other side, that, having more of those guys, like, no offense to Derek Barnett, but there's a huge difference between Josh Sweat and Barnett and Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick out there.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. One of the things in watching tape of Hassan Reddick I noticed was that he's so explosive that even when he doesn't get the sack, he forces a quarterback off his mark very quickly. The quarterback may have to step up into the pocket or step out or just basically move, and if you're coming from the left edge, over the left tackle, and you're Hassan Reddick, and you're forcing the quarterback to move to his right, especially if he's right-handed, you're basically forcing him right into the alley for Josh Sweat there. So you get what you call the cleanup sack, right? So I would anticipate that's going to be kind of a formula for the Eagles for both of those two guys.
Flip it over to the linebacker real quick. I thought it was interesting how Greg Cosell basically, and he's not wrong when he said this, but I love that he said it because it's something that I think needs to be said out loud. That the Eagles probably don't want TJ Edwards as the starting linebacker, in nickel next year, which they'll probably be running most of.
Right.
And, the idea is something that you and Adam have brought up multiple times on the Inside the Birds podcast is they brought in Kazir White for a reason. They drafted Nakobe Dean for a reason. Like, they didn't bring these guys in just, for the fun of it. Like, these guys could potentially be your starting linebackers week 1.
When TJ Edwards made the team a couple of years ago as an undrafted rookie free agent from Wisconsin, he was a Wisconsin linebacker. And anybody knows, anything about Wisconsin and the style of defense they play, it's downhill, it's hard-nosed, it's Big Ten football, or at least what it used to be. Who knows what it's going to look like now with USC in it, but that's for another day.
We got 2 years till that happens. So
Right. I would give TJ all the credit in the world because he has made himself into a better. You can't really make yourself a better athlete, right? You can lose weight, you can do things to help yourself run and be a better sideline to sideline guy, better coverage guy, and he's done that, and he's smart, really smart. So he's made himself into more than just a downhill linebacker. But at the end of the day, Kaiser White, even Davion Taylor, and of course Nakobe Dean are more natural in that position. They're more rangy, they're more athletic, and they're built to take on more of a second, third down role, nickel role, dime role. And so if TJ Edwards has to do that, it's more likely that they were not happy with what they got from those other names than that TJ Edwards has now built himself into a 3-down linebacker. He really should be a base linebacker who's used against the run and can fill in nickel if need be. But ideally, Kazir White, Nakobe Dean, Davion Taylor, you're talking about 3 guys battling for 2 spots. They should be able to find 2 out of that can do what they want from an athleticism and coverage standpoint.
Geoff Mosher, Inside the Birds podcast. You can follow him on Twitter at Geoff Mosher NFL. Geoff, before I let you go, I want to rope you into my poll question of the day. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
So, in the last 22 years, which of these 4 is the worst of the Philly free agency failures?
Oh,
so, the options were Eagles letting Dawkins walk, Sixers letting Butler leave, Flyers ignoring that Goudreau wanted to be here, or the Phillies giving Adam Eaton $15 million for him to have a 6.10 ERA.
All right. I think I can eliminate Adam Eaton. As bad as that contract was, I don't know that they were ready to really. What year was that? I can't refresh my memory again.
2007.
Yeah, they were trying to get back and be competitive. And of course, in 2008, they would make the playoffs. But I don't know. I don't think anybody really loved that contract from the start, and they were still just trying to do something that they thought would work at that point and just didn't. I'm not much of a hockey guy, but I got to think that if Johnny Gaudreau wants to come to your team and he's that good and you can't make it happen, that's got to be the blunder of all blunders. I can't think of, I know with the Eagles, if the best player in the game, if Tom Brady said, I wanted to be an Eagle, Howie Roseman would figure out a way to make it happen. No matter what the cat says.
Maybe not as Tom Brady. Maybe it's, I don't know, DeAndre Hopkins. You know what I mean?
Right. So that one seems pretty. That one might be the one. What were the other ones again? The
Sixers
Dawkins
letting
leaving.
Butler leave.
Right.
And
now, you know what? That's a tough one too. That one. I mean, I have a hard time not thinking that if the Sixers had just kept Butler, they wouldn't have at least been in the NBA championship round. The finals. I mean, that and Gaudreau to me are right up there. And now that I think about it, I'd probably put that number 1 and Gaudreau too.
Well, right now the polling has 43% Sixers not keeping Butler. Dawkins is hanging around at 34%. Gaudreau is at 16%.
The only reason I struggle with the Dawkins thing is because they were, even without Dawkins, they went back to the NFC Championship game in 2008, 2009. No. What year was that? Was that Dawkins last year?
I thought Dawkins last year was the year they went. I'm going to double check it here, but the reason I had to put Dawkins in there, I know some people were saying to me, why not Nnamdi Asomugha? And the reason why not Nnamdi is because Dawkins was still a good player. Dawkins' first year in Denver was 2009.
That was his first season.
2009.
Okay, so he was on that NFC Championship team that lost to Arizona. Yeah. That's pretty good. I just don't know that if he comes back, they're definitely in the Super Bowl the next year. I mean, with football, like, you get so many moving parts, but I can almost guarantee you, if Jimmy Butler were still on this team, the Sixers would have been in the NBA Finals by now. I know everybody could say, well, they didn't get there with him, but they did lose to the champion Toronto Raptors on a triple doink. Like, that was as close as they were to being a championship caliber team, a real championship caliber team.
And it doesn't help that Jimmy has led the Miami Heat to 2 Eastern Conference championships, and he went blow for blow with LeBron in the bubble in the NBA Finals. I mean, like,
that's
to
true.
me, that's why the Jimmy Butler thing hurts, because that's why, to me, Dawkins and Butler hurt for me the most, is because you saw them both do something without you. And it's almost like, if you're an Eagle or a Sixer fan, you look over and you're like, you see your ex with somebody and they're doing great without you,
Yes, that is difficult. No doubt about it.
At Geoff Mosher NFL on Twitter, the Inside the Birds podcast dropped this morning. Get all the information from Greg Cosell as we are counting down the hours to Eagles reporting a training camp, Geoff. Hours.
So you count report day as the start of training. You don't count like Wednesday. So to you, tomorrow is the start of training camp?
Because tomorrow is the day that SportsCenter will have the cameras out front and watching all the guys walk in. That's the start of training camp to me.
I feel like that's a little old. Yeah, that's true. Well, now that Eagles don't go away, it's not as fun like watching guys pull up to these like really small dorms in Lehigh with all their, like Mega Million type of accessories and stuff.
Well, apparently, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, A.J. Brown is already in town. He's buying random Eagle fans' jerseys. So,
good way to endear himself. That's excellent.
Well, it also
I still remember Brian Westbrook he dragging like a hyperbaric chamber into his like little Lehigh dorm room. I'm like, his poor roommate. Like, who is sleeping in a room with a dorm room that has a hyperbaric chamber in it? Westbrook and all their luggage and everything. I was hoping it wasn't a big offensive lineman.
I'm sure whoever it was, he took care of him.
I'm sure.
Knowing what I've heard about Brian, what I've heard about Brian Westbrook, I'm sure that whoever the roommate was, he was probably like buying his food or something, just to make it up to him.
That is true.
Geoff, I will catch you on Friday.
All right, sir. Look forward to it. Be good.
Tomorrow will be Adam Kaplan, Tuesday and Wednesday here on Football at 4. And then Andrew DeCecco on Thursday, Geoff Mosher back on Friday's edition. Yes, Eagles back in camp. And we have all the coverage right here on Football at 4 each day on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill. Headline segment on the other side, and more of your texts. Keep them coming in. 609-403-0973 is the text board. You could DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And don't forget, the poll question is up at 973 ESPN. I want to know from you, worst Philly free agent failure of the last 22 years. I try to keep it in this century, shall I call it, because the 90s were full of some pretty bad ones as well. So I was trying to keep it to this era. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and get you back on the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
We're Town Square Media, and along with the awesome radio station you're listening to right now, we're publishers of best-in-class national entertainment brands like Taste of Country, Pop Crush, and more. And when combined with our local brands, we can reach over 70% of consumers in our community. At Town Square, all this digital clout puts us in a unique position to help local businesses grow with powerful marketing solutions. In addition to local radio, we're experts at web design and SEO, plus targetable advertising solutions like streaming TV, addressable geofencing, YouTube, Snapchat, Facebook, Spotify, search engine marketing, and so much more. That may sound like a lot of buzzwords, but really all that matters is we can deliver a relevant and ideal target audience to your business with data-informed decisions. No guessing, no waste, and you gain a trusted marketing partner with Town Square Media.
Take your business to the next level. Call our Director of Sales, Jim McLean, today at 609-910-5247.
Hi, Bobby.
Hey, Sarah. The usual.
This is the last time I'm coming here for coffee. I'm on a budget now.
1 sec. Cold brew for Blake?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sarah, don't give up what you love. State Farm has policy options to get you a surprisingly great rate.
Good. I need my iced oat milk latte with caramel and cinnamon on top.
Girl, me too. For surprisingly great rates, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Hey, I'm Andy. And every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so. And that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code TOWNSQUARE at checkout. That's harrys.com, code TOWNSQUARE.
Traffic.
Right.
This wagon commute is killing me. You mind if I turn on your old radio?
Oh, this song again. I swear they play the same 3 chants on every station.
At this rate, it's going to take a fortnight to get to work.
Well, just be glad you don't need to fill up. I mean, have you seen the price of hay?
Mm-hmm.
Throughout history, people have always hated to commute. That's why Monster lets you search work from home jobs. Find your job at monster.com or download the app.
Dealing with car problems? At AutoZone, we've got the free services you need to help you get back on the road. Like our AutoZone Rewards program. Members get a $20 reward every time they spend $20 or more 5 times. And if you're looking to reward your engine, start with regular oil changes. They help protect and lubricate your engine parts and keep it running smooth. Visit us at AutoZone.com and start the job fast with free same-day store pickup and free next-day delivery. See terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Powered by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With South Jersey information you need to know, I'm Vin Avenue. Proposed state legislation would make it a first-degree crime punishable by 20 years in prison and a $200,000 fine to sell, possess, or manufacture any amount of fentanyl. From the state's surplus, NJ Transit is receiving an extra $814 million for construction at its stations. And did you know you could be fired from your job for no reason? New Jersey runs a system of at-will employment, which means your job isn't as protected as you may think. Get more South Jersey information right now on our app. Your forecast is next.
You finally got that new car, so you called your insurance company.
Your call is important to us. Please hold.
We are the tippy top, we're top insurance.
You ended that call with their jingle stuck in your head. Then, you called NJM.
Thanks for calling NJM Insurance. This is Claudia. Let's see if we can save you up to 25% on your auto insurance.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Our heat wave
crashing to an end with strong to severe thunderstorms. Damaging wind and flooding rains are the big concerns here, even along the coast. Please stay alert over the next few hours. Turning partly cloudy tonight, low temperature 72. Tomorrow, not as hot, not as humid. Mostly cloudy with a spotty shower possible, high of 85, 86, and mostly cloudy skies on Wednesday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
This summer, it's playtime in Atlantic City. Play all day, play all night, and always play to win. Visit AtlanticCityNJ.com to press play and win big.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Four o'clock hour of the Sports Bash is being brought to you by American Airlines and Atlantic City International Airport. ACY now has your one-stop ticket to over 90 domestic and international destinations. Book your next trip today at AA.com. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. I'll get to more of your guys' thoughts and comments. Of course, you can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks to First Bank CLC. Or you can text in at 609-403-0973. Right now, it's some of the headlines. So, a couple things I want to hit on here. So, I thought this was a couple interesting things that have come out. So, we have a leak of part of Kyler Murray's contract. So, apparently, there is an addendum in Kyler Murray's contract that for the years of the contract from 2022 to 2027, that there is a clause that requires Kyler Murray to satisfy the following off-field requirements. So apparently he has to fulfill certain. Now remember, he signed this contract. He has to fulfill the following off-field requirements in order to make the non-guaranteed money that he has in his contract. Remember, he is only guaranteed 160 of the 230.5 million. Now, I'm quoting from this contract. Here are the following off-field requirements. Number 1, players shall complete at least 4 hours of independent study as defined below each week, excluding bye weeks during each playing season, during the term of the contract. The contract goes on to explain that independent study means the player studies material provided to him by the club in order to prepare for the club's next upcoming game, including without limitation any such material provided via iPad or other electronic device. Now, the players shall receive no credit for independent study for any period during which the player does not personally study the provided material in good faith. For the avoidance of doubt, players shall not receive any credit for independent study with respect to any time period during which any material is displayed or played on an iPad or other electronic device if players are personally studying or watching material being displayed, or player is engaged in any other activity that may distract him, for example, watching TV, playing video games, or browsing the internet. So they're literally going to be babysitting this guy when he's not at the facility. I mean, think about how crazy that is. Like, we all went to school, right? We all were in school at one point or another, and we were sent home with homework. And the repercussion of not studying your homework was you might not pass the test, right? You might not get a good grade on the quiz. They're literally telling Kyler Murray, you don't study this, you don't get the money you want. Think about how crazy that is. That they're so concerned about this guy's off the field activities that they're worried that he's going to watch TV or play video game or surf the internet when he should be studying game film, playbook stuff. And they're basically saying that we're basically not just going to give you good faith. We're going to basically monitor you electronically. Like, am I the only one that finds that crazy? What's even more crazy is Kyler Murray agreed to it. I mean, what was going on? What don't we know about Kyler Murray's off the field activities that would lead you to put that into his contract? By the way, that's not the first crazy thing I've seen today. Okay? So, NFL official spoke anonymously to the ESPN. And basically, the person was asked to explain. This is Lamar Jackson. We go from Kyler Murray, who apparently has built into his contract he has to study when he's not at the facility, to now how one NFL guy, an anonymous guy speaking to ESPN. Now, this is a current defensive coordinator in the NFL. Had some very harsh things to say about Lamar Jackson. He says, why he doesn't think Lamar Jackson is not a top 10 quarterback. That's the context. Remember, they had that thing where ESPN polled a bunch of executives and coaches and scouts around the league to rank the quarterbacks. Well, Lamar Jackson was 11th. He wasn't 10th. This one current NFL defensive coordinator said, quote, if he has to pass to win the game, they ain't winning the game. He's so unique as an athlete, and he's a really good football player. But I don't give a bleep if he wins the league MVP 12 times. I don't think he'll be a 1 as a quarterback. He'll be a 1 as a football player every year, but not as a quarterback. The defensive coordinator, who remained anonymous, went on to say, so many games come down to the 2-minute drill, and that is why they have a hard time advancing even when they are good on defense. Playoffs are tight. You have to be able to throw the ball, and Lamar Jackson, according to this defensive coordinator, is just so inconsistent throwing the ball. It is hit or miss. First of all, I got to say, in what reality does not winning league MVP not matter? Never in my life have I ever looked at somebody and said, I don't care how many times you win the league MVP, you're just no good. Like, how does that conversation even come out of your mouth? This guy literally said, I don't give a bleep if Lamar Jackson won league MVP 12 times. If you won league MVP 12 times, think about how just insane that comment is. People like Peyton Manning and Brett Favre and other guys have won MVP multiple times. If Lamar Jackson ever won as many league MVPs, not even the 12 the guy put out there, as many as a Peyton Manning or a Brett Favre, and your theory is I don't give a bleep, he still will never be a number 1 quarterback, that tells me that you just hate the guy. Look, it doesn't matter if you like Lamar Jackson or not. It doesn't matter if you think he's a great quarterback or not. What matters is that winning league MVP, they don't just hand those things out to anyone and everyone. They don't just be like, you get an MVP and this isn't the Pro Bowl, right? The Pro Bowl, half the league goes to the Pro Bowl at some point or another because of guys, not going because they're in the Super Bowl or because they're injured or whatever. There's a small group of men who have ever won NFL MVP. In the last 50 years, it's a small group of people. I don't understand how someone who works in the NFL, he's a defensive coordinator in the NFL, can be that dismissive of winning MVP because you just think that little of Lamar Jackson. That is absolutely insane to me that there are people who work in the NFL who think like that. And I think that gets back to the problem that we have in today's society. In today's society, people will put you in a box. They will stereotype you. They will have an opinion of you. And no matter what you do, apparently you stink. Look at just Lamar Jackson and Deshaun Watson. Lamar Jackson has a league MVP. He has more wins in his career than Deshaun Watson did coming into last year. You're talking about a guy in Deshaun Watson who NFL executives think is a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson coming off a year where he didn't play a single down. Think about how insane that is. In what reality is somebody who didn't do a job for an entire year automatically better than someone who's been doing that job? I can't think of it. People literally dislike Lamar Jackson for the dumbest reasons. But they'll put Deshaun Watson on a pedestal when the guy's won nothing except for one playoff game. But these people have decided that Lamar Jackson will never be a high-level, great quarterback, no matter how many MVPs they win, because that guy has already predetermined to put Lamar Jackson into a specific category or box. You want to know why NFL coaches get fired every year? Why some of these guys, lose their jobs? It's because they think like this. I guarantee you that guy one day is going to play Lamar Jackson. His defense is going to get shredded, and somebody's going to bring up to him, weren't you the guy who said that Lamar Jackson? Nah, never mind. It's absolutely insane to me that people can be that narrow-minded. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering the world we live in today. Have you seen Twitter lately? Good grief. All right, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile. Those are just some headlines from the weekend. I had some others lined up, but that one was just way too insane. Those two were way too insane to me. They just happened. I seen them today. And, well, I'll get some of you guys' thoughts and comments on the other side. More Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN.
When you need live sports play-by-play.
Forget it. Out of here. Reese Hoskins will touch them all over that right center field wall.
And the best sports talk in South Jersey. There's only one place to go. 97.3 ESPN.
With GMF financing approved credit. Excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet. Because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. And every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so. And that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously. as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Good morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code TOWNSQUARE at checkout. That's harrys.com, code TOWNSQUARE.
O'Reilly. Stay cool this summer with AC Pro and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after mail-in rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. Beat the heat before you hit the road with AC Pro at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pete's property manager just took an extended vacation.
See the dream.
He needs a replacement before this becomes a cruel summer.
Oh, you wanted the lakefront for the 17th. How did this get double booked already?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey trader, listen up. The markets have changed. Have you changed your trading strategies? Vantage Point can help you conquer volatility. Learn to trade with artificial intelligence. Text the word money to 813-813 and discover how to predict stock market trends 1 to 3 days in advance with up to 87.4% proven accuracy. No matter which way the market moves, Vantage Point's patented AI can give you a massive edge. Text money to 813-813 to get what you need to stay ahead of markets and find your best entries and exits. Text the word money to 813-813.
Trading involves financial risk and is not suitable for all investors. Past results do not guarantee future performance. By texting, you agree to the terms available at VantagePointSoftware.com/terms and consent to receive calls and text using automated technology about offers or info by or on behalf of Vantage Point. Your consent is not a condition to purchase and can be revoked at any time. Message and data rates may apply.
Text money to 813-813.
Dealing with car problems? At AutoZone, we've got the free services you need to help you get back on the road. Like our AutoZone Rewards program. Members get a $20 reward every time they spend $20 or more 5 times. And if you're looking to reward your engine, start with regular oil changes. They help protect and lubricate your engine parts and keep it running smooth. Visit us at AutoZone.com and start the job fast with free same-day store pickup and free next-day delivery. See terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Let's go to the text board, 609-403-0973 on the text board. You also can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank CLC. Still to come, more football talk with Geoff Mosher, CBS Sports NFL writer. On the text board, we talked a little bit earlier about, free agent moves, blunders in Philadelphia sports history. John chimes in on the text board, says, Josh, you forgot Reggie White, which is the answer. Well, first of all, John, thank you for chiming in. Appreciate you listening. I was going specifically the last 22 years because once you get to the 90s, that's where Reggie was. You got Reggie with the Eagles, Danny Tartable with the Phillies. There were a lot of bad free agent moves in the 90s. So I was trying to keep it to recent memory because, first of all, Reggie was more than just a spurning of Philadelphia and Philadelphia not wanting to pay him and all that stuff. Reggie was like a pioneer for modern free agency in the NFL. So there was so much with Reggie leaving Philadelphia, going to Green Bay. With that being said, I think that, yes, if I would have extended it beyond the last 22 years, Reggie has to be on the list. But, that's why I kept it to the range I did, John. But I appreciate you chiming in and pointing it out. The current poll results over at 973 ESPN, the latest update with the refresh button on the poll. Right now, Jimmy Butler still has the lead 45% as the biggest Philly free agent failure in the last 22 years. Dawkins walking at 33%. Gaudreau at 15%, Adam Eaton at 6%. So it's kind of what I expected. I felt like Dawkins and Butler would probably get the most run on that poll. Thanks to John checking in on the text board. Cole and LBI chimes in. First of all, Cole, I appreciate you texting, but you got a lot of texts to read, and I don't have time to read them all, but I'm gonna try to, pick at them if you don't mind me doing that. But Cole says Lamar Jackson winning MVP is overrated. He deserved that season because he was a novel talent. How did he do that year in the playoffs? He was horrible. Lamar has regressed significant amount over the last 2 years. Cole goes on to say, I think Lamar's MVP kind of like an MLB pitcher that wins a Cy Young and they don't even have a Hall of Fame career. Just a couple good seasons from Cole and LBI. Well, first of all, I think that, one of those years you're talking about Lamar Jackson having a down year was the COVID year, right? And a lot of guys had rough years. And then the next year he was injured. So, is that circumstance that he was maybe in a bad situation or a bad environment and or he was injured? It's like the Baker Mayfield conversation. Is Baker Mayfield the guy who played last year with the jacked up shoulder, or is he the guy the year before that led the Browns to their first playoff win since the 90s? So is Lamar Jackson the guy who balled out in 2019, or is he the guy last year who wasn't healthy enough to get through a full season and had the worst year of his career statistically? I think that's what you're going to find out this year. I think that's part of the reason why the Ravens haven't given him the money. My bigger point, Cole and LBI, was this NFL defensive coordinator who remained anonymous basically said it doesn't matter how many MVPs Lamar Jackson wins, that he'll never be a QB1 to him. And that in and of itself to me is insane because, as you pointed out, Cole and LBI, yeah, you could be a guy who wins one MVP or like a baseball, one Cy Young, and you don't have a great career. If you're getting to the point where you're winning multiple MVPs, that says that you're not a novelty, that you're not a fluke, that you're not, just a flash in the pan, that you're something. So this guy literally dislikes Lamar Jackson. He's not being objective like you are, called LBI. You're saying, look, I got some tangible evidence that Lamar has regressed. I can accept that opinion because that's the reason why the Ravens won't pay him yet. What I won't accept is that a guy who works in the NFL, who's a defensive coordinator, who says, I don't give a bleep how many times Lamar Jackson wins MVPs, he's still not good enough for me. Because in order for you to win multiple MVP awards, you got to be pretty darn good. There's only a small group of men who ever done that. And that's what I'm talking about, a level of disrespect of a player in a circumstance.
Wake up with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
This is either the Eagles or the Cowboys division. That's how I look at it. I mean, the Eagles are a very talented team. We talked about, obviously, getting A.J. Brown. Like, they have all the pieces right there. Their defense is solid. But when it's all said and done, to me, it's between the Cowboys and the Eagles.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Listen weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Hon, look, it's heartburn. How did he know we were at the beach?
No clue, but he's not ruining our vacation. I packed Prilosec OTC. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn, so we can enjoy ourselves.
Speaking of, time for our luau.
Aloha heartburn.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Progressive presents Forced Metaphors about bundling your home and auto.
When you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, you get great savings and round-the-clock protection, which is as beautiful as looking your firstborn child in the eyes for the first time. Well, that's a bit much. Maybe it's more like looking your second-born child in the eyes for like the third or fourth time. Point being, the savings and round-the-clock protection are really, really magical.
Forced Metaphors. Presented by Progressive. Bundle and protect today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Where did I put that?
Pete's property manager just took an extended vacation.
Casita Dreams.
He needs a replacement before this becomes a cruel summer.
Oh, you wanted the lakefront for the 17th? How did this get double booked already?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Almost 3 million people use Navage to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier. I'm Martin Hoke, and I invented Navage, the world's only nose cleaner that helps flush out airborne germs with powered suction. But what do doctors have to say about Navage? Here's Dr. Tonya Farmer, a board-certified ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Most airborne allergens and viruses enter through your nose. When that happens, it can cause congestion and irritation, and that just makes you feel miserable. You can get a cold, you can get flu, sinus infections, or even worse. Flushing your nose with a saline solution is the most effective way to flush all of those dangerous threats out of your nose. So now when patients come in my office, I tell them I highly recommend that you use Navage on a daily basis for overall good health and wellness.
And Navage is all natural and drug-free at Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, and Target. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture yourself at DQ on Thursday, July 28th for Miracle Treat Day. You roll up to order a Blizzard with your friends and family like you have so many times before. But on this day, every flavor comes with a much-needed dose of hope. For every Blizzard you buy at participating locations, $1 or more will be donated to Children's Miracle Network hospitals for your local children's hospital, making Miracle Treat Day the most satisfying way to give hope to kids in your community. Thursday, July 28th at DQ.
With GMF financing approved credit. Excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet, because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation, because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Sports is what we do.
You're in your car, you're in your house, you're wherever you are. You're a sports fan.
97.3 ESPN.
Because if you weren't a sports fan, you wouldn't be listening.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Welcome into the 5 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Garden State Beer Company. At Garden State Beer Company in Galloway, their motto is a beer for everyone. Contact them today at 609-232-BEER. That's 609-232-BEER. Still to come this hour, CBS Sports NFL writer Geoff Kerr will join us to talk more NFL. It's been a wild show. It's time to catch you guys up on. You're just tuning in to 97.3 ESPN FM, or the 97.3 ESPN mobile app right now. A lot of ground we've covered today. We'll get to more text in just a bit at 609-403-0973 is the text board. You also can DM the show through the aforementioned 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. On the Philadelphia sports front, Phillies, an embarrassing weekend. They're coming out tonight with a slightly different lineup, though, against the Braves. Remember, Braves in town for a 3-game set starting tonight, tomorrow night, and Wednesday early afternoon. Your starting lineup tonight, Vierling in the leadoff hole, Schwarber hitting 2, Hoskins 3, Realmuto 4, Castellanos 5, Alec Boehm is the DH hitting 6, Munoz hitting 7th, Bryson Stott playing shortstop hitting 8th, Camargo playing third base hitting 9th. So the Phillies going heavy on the defense tonight. I guess they're hoping that if they play well enough defense, it'll at least prevent any potential issues, I guess. And this is where the conversation we had earlier in the show comes into play. When we talked with Phillies writer Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad, when we talked with Ryan Rothstein in the 3 o'clock hour for the Philadelphia CityCast, something that they both brought up is that, look, the Phillies got to do something. Because when you lose 3 straight games to a bad team like the Cubs were like almost 20 games under 500. You can't lose like that this weekend. The hitting went away. Realistically, it was only 25-7 because the Cubs went nuts in the one game. The other 2 games were incredibly close, okay? You went to extra innings on Saturday night, and you lost 4-3 on Sunday. You had a chance to win both of those games, and you couldn't get the job done. Now, is it because the Phillies are not playing good teams? They lowered themselves to the competition. I don't know what it is, but when you change the lineup like this for 2 straight days, it's a sign that you're kind of like throwing darts at the dartboard to try to shake things up. Now, I love the idea of them putting Boehm as the DH because Boehm was the only guy consistently hitting all weekend. He had almost a 500 batting average over the 3-game series versus the Cubs. The rest of the team didn't do as great. So, it's like they're basically saying, look, go out, focus on hitting. Don't worry about the other stuff. And we'll let Camargo and Stott and Munoz do all the defense. Now, it also shows you're taking Didi out of the lineup because you're going against a left-hander and Max Fried. But I do find it interesting that they trust Stott enough to go against a left-handed pitcher, or at least they have more faith in him than they do Didi, I guess. It's a very interesting decision when it comes to the lefty versus lefty thing. I understand leaving Schwarber in the lineup, but Stott's a little interesting. Now, they also may feel like Stott gives them a better defensive opportunity. Like, Stott's defense at shortstop is better than Alec Boehm's defense at third, so they put Boehm at the DH as Boehm at shortstop and Boehm at DH and Stott at shortstop. So I think that's what part of the conversation is. But if the Phillies keep losing, they're going to do 2 things. One, they're going to burn all their goodwill. This is a team that played great for a long stretch of time. And now you're just going to waste it all away? The Eagles were the training camp tomorrow. Philadelphia fans look at the Phillies and be like, these guys might not make the playoffs now. This is where Dombrowski's got to do his job. You got to go out and get some help for this team. I don't know if, as constructed, this Phillies team can survive, right? As is. They're just not a good enough team to win a championship. Can they make the playoffs? Maybe. I mean, they went into the weekend as a playoff team, and now all of a sudden they're not. So we'll see what happens. I think that if Dombrowski makes a significant enough trade, it'll get people to pay attention. But you don't want to be in August in a playoff hunt and the stadium half empty because your team forgot how to hit and forgot how to play baseball. That'd be a bad, bad, bad situation. Now, the other part of the Phillies is Ranger Suarez going tonight. He has not played well against the Braves. He's got a high ERA. It's the only team he's actually had 2 straight bad games against this year. Every other team he's faced twice, He's had one good game, one bad game. So I think that's something to keep in mind with this right now. I would definitely want to, not neglect that aspect of this conversation. But, I'm hoping the Phillies figure this out because this weekend was an embarrassment. And I understand that a lot of attention has been put to Castellanos and what he said to, calling with Jim Salisbury said a dumb question. And then, Salisbury having to basically be sent away by the PR staff where there was confrontation. And, now people are arguing on Twitter about camera angles and editing. And it's just a mess. It's really a mess. So it's hard for us to remove ourselves from the reality TV style drama, but I'm going to try to. On the field, Castellanos has to play better. And if he can't play better, he needs to sit for a day or two. The problem is if you take Nick Castellanos out of the lineup, who you playing in instead? You going to put Herrera back out there with Bierling, with Schwarber? I guess. I don't know if we have the right answer what to do about Castellanos. Because the problem is I don't know if Castellanos knows what to do. Some of this has to be psychological. Some of this has to be mental with him. But he's not handling it well at all. So there's that part of the conversation as well. But Phillies back in action tonight, 7 p.m. is the first pitch scheduled at Citizens Bank Park. A couple other things that we talked about throughout the show. Of course, you can join the conversation at 609-403-0973. I don't know how many of you have actually been paying attention to this Kevin Durant news. Rose reported in the middle of the night and then clarified it more in SportsCenter this morning that basically the Boston Celtics the Boston Celtics basically turned around and offered Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and draft picks to the Brooklyn Nets for Kevin Durant, to which the Nets reportedly made a counter offer of more to get from the Celtics, and the Celtics have kind of balked at it right now. This is a worst case scenario for anybody in the Eastern Conference. If Kevin Durant lands in Boston, that's some bad news for everybody because, one, Boston just went to the NBA Finals without him. Two, every time Durant doesn't play well at a certain point, he comes back extra motivated and just dominates. And you have to wonder how disenfranchised, how unhappy is Durant with the Nets? I've asked the question in the past, and I'll ask it again. Did Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving go to the Nets expecting an outcome, expecting to be in control, expecting to have a large say of things? But then when it didn't work out the way they wanted, that's the real reason why they went out of town. I think Durant looks at the Nets and says, I thought I was coming here to get my way. Well, I realized I can't get my way anywhere. So I'm just going to try to get my way out of here. I think that Durant to the Celtics would automatically be the number one team in the Eastern Conference. And there would then be only two teams I think would have even any chance at any level to compete with them. Now, one of them is the Sixers. I think a healthy James Harden and this better Sixers roster makes them one of the four best teams in the Eastern Conference. And I think Milwaukee, if they're healthy next year, unlike this past year with Middleton and Lopez missing a bunch of time, I think Milwaukee is a little different as well. But I don't for 1 minute want to act like that Durant going to Boston means nothing. First of all, there'll be some irony there because that was the team that Kyrie didn't want to be on anymore. Well, on the flip side, man, if Durant going to Boston just feels massive. Remember, they already upgraded their guard position with Malcolm Brogdon. They would still have Tatum in theory. So your lineup is something along the lines of Brogdon, Durant, Tatum, and then whoever the other two teams are. It's looking like it's a strong possibility it could happen. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Also, our question of the day, we've been asking you throughout the day. So, in the aftermath of the Flyers' failure to sign Gaudreau, remember, Gaudreau wanted to come to Philadelphia, but the Flyers had no interest in actually doing what it took to get him. So I wanted to know, in the last 22 years, I'm not including the 90s with Reggie White and Danny Tartable or any of that stuff. Just the last 22 years. Which of these, I picked one scenario from each team. Which one is the bigger failure by a Philly sports team? Was it the Eagles letting Dawkins walk? Remember, Dawkins became a second-team All-Pro in his first year in Denver. He was a two-time Pro Bowler in those 3 years in Denver. Second option was Sixers don't keep Butler. Remember, Butler said he would sign with Philadelphia immediately as long as they gave him the maximum number of years. Not the maximum number of dollars, the maximum number of years. Philadelphia wasn't interested, and then he goes signed and traded to Miami. Flyers ignored Gaudreau, and as you know, he went to the Columbus Blue Jackets still for less money they would have gotten from Calgary, or the Phillies paying Adam Eaton $15 million for him to have a 6.10 ERA over 2 seasons. So those are your options at 973 ESPN is the poll question. Right now, 44% are voting for Butler. Dawkins is at 32%. Gaudreau is at 17%. And Eaton is at 6%. Keep the votes coming in at 973 ESPN. Now, a message about the poll question says from Seth, let's not forget a big reason why we didn't run it back was because JJ accepted an offer for a few more bunks the moment of free agency just started. I think that Seth is an example of a narrative that has been portrayed by people who have tried to come up with excuses for the situation. I think that what gets forgotten about was that JJ signing for more money didn't prevent the Sixers from keeping Jimmy. The only thing that kept the Sixers from keeping Jimmy was the fact that the Sixers were not willing to give him the contract in terms of years, and that the Miami Heat were willing to give him the contract in number of years. And the Sixers basically picked a team of Simmons, Al Horford, Tobias Harris, Josh Richardson, Joel Embiid over a team that would have had Jimmy Butler and no Al Horford and no Josh Richardson. They wanted to build this team around Embiid and Simmons. And look, if you take away the names, all right, if you take away who's who, and you said you're going to keep a 29-year-old over a 23-year-old, most people would say you keep the younger player because he has the greater upside. But as we saw, Ben Simmons' problem wasn't his upside. Ben Simmons' problem was his own head, his own psychology, his own mental health, his own ability to handle things. So the real reason why Butler isn't here wasn't because JJ Redick got all that money to be getting a free agency stuff. the Sixers didn't want to give him the long-term deal because they were invested in Simmons and Embiid as a duo. But as I've always said, what's more important, age or chemistry? I think Butler and Embiid fed off of each other's competitive natures. And I think if Butler would have stayed here, I think the Sixers would have at least gotten to the Eastern Conference Finals a couple times. I can't guarantee you they win the NBA championship, but they're at least in the conversation. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. Excuse me. Texter chimes in and says, I've noticed that Rangers have pitched well against Atlanta and their right-handed heavy lineup, which is why I'm surprised they didn't reset the rotation with Ranger pitching against Colorado. I understand about when to give Nola and Wheeler a rest, and Atlanta's more important series in Chicago. So why didn't they go Gibby, Ranger, Falter, or Chris Sanchez, who was better than Falter? I think they're about the same, but I'll keep reading. Why didn't they go with those guys instead of Wheeler, Nola, Gibson versus Atlanta? Well, I think the reason why they did it this way is because I think that their assumption is that if you have Nola go against Atlanta and you have Wheeler go against the Cubs, you're guaranteeing potentially one win in each series. And instead of being guaranteed a win in each series, they ended up in a scenario where they could potentially lose both series. And that's where baseball is a strange thing. Baseball is one of those sports where projections don't mean everything. There's so many variables to why certain guys don't play well versus why other guys do play well on day 1 versus day 3 versus day 7 versus one series to the next. Look, Alec Boehm had a great series over the weekend against the Cubs. It doesn't mean he's going to keep hitting against the Braves. You're hoping he does, but there's no guarantee that he will keep playing well against Atlanta. So I think that's part of the reason why they didn't take Ranger away from this series, Texter, because I think they looked at the idea of Wheeler and Nola separated in the two different series could really help them. Now, if you want to say that, if you want to say you don't want Wheeler wasted against the Cubs, well, you lost to the Cubs anyway, so it's hard to judge if that was even the right decision all along. So it's a lot that goes into that. But I understand where you're coming from. The idea of Ranger Suarez against Atlanta, it's not good. We'll see what happens tonight. Cole from LBI chimes in at 609-403-0973. We talked about Lamar Jackson in the headline segment. So in an article in The Athletic that was ranking quarterbacks, an anonymous defensive coordinator for an NFL team said that he doesn't give a bleep how many times Lamar Jackson wins an MVP, that he's still never going to be a number one quarterback in his book. To which Cole from LBI says, you're right about the multiple MVPs. If a player wins several MVPs, that guy's an all-time player. That's from Cole in LBI. Yeah, I don't understand how any respectable guy who works in the NFL is just going to dismiss if Lamar Jackson wins all those MVPs. That just seems very, very strange and weak and bad in so many ways. So I don't get it. I don't understand how people can think that way. Look, if you don't think Lamar Jackson is a top 10 quarterback, like the one ESPN poll did, that's fine. They had him at 11. Now, I don't put Deshaun Watson in that list. So in the Deshaun Watson is the reason why Lamar Jackson isn't on the list, a top 10, then wow, that's bad. I just think there are some people in this world who just, no matter what somebody does, no matter what they do, they're going to complain about them. It's an ugly, ugly look to go out of your way to hate on somebody. They don't even deserve it. So to keep in mind as we get close to the season, how does Lamar and the Ravens and their contract and all that stuff. How does that factor in? What kind of, at the end of the day, sports supposed to be fun, right? So how are you supposed to have fun when people literally would never give you a chance? The guy literally said, if Lamar Jackson wins multiple MVPs, I still won't respect him. That's insanity. But some people are just that insane. Couple more things to get to before we hit the break. Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports Journalist, coming up on the other side. Talk more NFL. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. One more thing before I let you guys get to the break here. The Eagles report the training camp tomorrow. And I understand that they're not going to be doing anything like real practicing stuff tomorrow. But I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm excited. Look, I see guys at training camps. I see Josh Allen doing interviews with the media. I see guys going through practice drills. I know that A.J. Brown's in town. Did you see him buying fans' jerseys now that he's in town? Now, part of the reason why he's doing that is because he wears number 11. Carson Wentz used to be 11, so I think he's trying to get rid of as many Carson Wentz 11 jerseys as possible. Absolutely excited that football is here. I can't wait at the fact that we're going to be talking football pretty much every day from here on out. Nothing better. I mean, we've been doing football at 4 every day on the Sports Bash all off season long, but that was just one segment. Like, we haven't been doing football half the day each day. And listen, if the Phillies keep faltering, I'll tell you one thing. I'm not going to be talking about the Phillies very much. That's for sure. All right, Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer, joins us next here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
Your official station for Summer at the Shore.
Throws the runner. The pitch is a little high. Throw to second. Out at second. Oh, JT Realmuto with an absolute laser down to second to get Arenado.
97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. SpringfieldMitsu.com.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 8/27 in store, only limit 30.
Looking good, Mrs. Dubs.
The head groundskeeper at Thad's Golf Course just retired.
We need to find someone in the next 2 weeks. Someone with botany and management experience.
He needs a replacement because the greens are already looking a little rough.
Aeration. They need to know it all.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Mom, Dad, I humbly suggest you save some money and shop Amazon for back to school. It's for my growth, meaning my body's growing at an alarming rate. And clothes you buy me this year will be very small very soon. Plus, the clothes I love today will be out of style tomorrow. But at least your wallet doesn't have to be my fashion victim if you shop low prices for school at Amazon. Hopefully this is helpful. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
If you want your dental visit to feel like this, try new Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase.
With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With South Jersey information you need to know, I'm Vin Avenue. Proposed state legislation would make it a first-degree crime punishable by 20 years in prison and a $200,000 fine to sell, possess, or manufacture any amount of fentanyl. From the state's surplus, NJ Transit is receiving an extra $814 million for construction at its stations. And did you know you could be fired from your job for no reason? New Jersey runs a system of at-will employment, which means your job isn't as protected as you may think. Get more South Jersey information right now on our app. Your forecast is next.
Do you have questions about Medicare? For personalized guidance from a local Medicare expert counselor, call the SHIP hotline. SHIP is the state health insurance assistance program that provides unbiased help to beneficiaries, their families, and caregivers. Free. Call SHIP today at 1-800-792-8820, 800-792-8820, or visit aging.nj.gov. This ad made possible by the New Jersey Division of Aging Services with funds from the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Our heat wave crashing to an end with strong to severe thunderstorms. Damaging wind and flooding rains are the big concerns here, even along the coast. Please stay alert over the next few hours. Turning partly cloudy tonight, low temperature 72. Tomorrow, not as hot, not as humid. Mostly cloudy with a spotty shower possible, high of 85, 86, and mostly cloudy skies on Wednesday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
With GMF financing approved credit, excludes Corvette and prior sales.
Your car will never be worth more than right now at Bennett Chevrolet, because Bennett's paying a minimum $7,000 for any trade, running or not. That's a minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. And we have our best selection of super clean pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs in years. And remember, we're paying a minimum $7,000 for even the worst car on or even off the road. Just think how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. And unlike other dealers, Bennett's not selling new Chevys over factory sticker. Remarkable. Plus, at Bennett Chevy, there's 0% available financing. And we can get you out of your lease early. Any lease, any make, any model. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. For a quick quote, just stop by. There's never any pressure or obligation, because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid based on your satisfaction. Find new roads at Bennett Chevrolet, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, more NFL talk now here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle State. Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports. Geoff, I was saying before you came on, one of my favorite things is that with Eagles training camp officially reporting tomorrow, it's no more just couple days a week we get extra football talk. It's literally just going to be every day, 24/7 football, and I love it. That means to me, football season is here. Guys are walking in the building.
So to me, Josh, this all season felt like it never ended, which was awesome, really, because, you know, with the Deshaun Watson stuff and where all the receivers are going and the draft and the schedule, to me, it just didn't. The only time it really slowed up was the time it always slows up, and it was those last 5 weeks. And, you know, I got to admit, Josh, you're kind of interrupting my film study right now. I have to watch 4 hours of film study every day because of my CBS contract. The cat's out of the bag. We all got to do it.
Well, you brought it up, so we'll get to, I read the contract earlier for the audience, and that's got to be one of the most insane things ever, right? Like, it's literally in someone's contract that they don't make money unless they are undistracted. I love the part where it says it doesn't count if you're watching TV or playing video games or surfing the internet. Like, and Kyler Murray signed this.
You just gave this guy what, 160 million guaranteed, and you have to put this in the contract. Do you think Tom Brady needs that?
No.
Do you think Jalen Hurts needs that? No, none of them need that. This is absolutely incredible. Like, someone leaked this out, and my guess is someone high in the Cardinals front office. Like, this should not be out here to the general public. This should be between Kyler Murray, Cliff Kingsbury, and that organization. If I'm Kyler Murray, I'm furious this is out right now.
Geoff, you've covered the NFL. You've talked to a lot of players, a lot of coaches. What does this say to you about Kyler Murray, though?
See, I've interviewed Kyler Murray, and I never got the vibe that he needed to, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Be held accountable?
Yes, be held accountable. Thank you. So that's what I was looking for. Like, so when I interviewed Kyler, this was 2 years ago, and he was going through his ankle injury, right? And he said everything you wanted to hear. No excuses, Geoff. No excuses. Yeah, my ankle's sore. So what? That's not why we're losing games. We're losing games because I'm making bad throws in the pocket. I'm making bad reads. I'm doing what needs to be done to make sure that my running game's taken away, that I can win football games for this team. That's what you want to hear, right? Now, I guess actions speak louder than words, but
well, Geoff, let me really quick. So then what changed between that guy who you just talked about and the guy who stripped all of his social media of the Cardinals and said, I'm not coming back without a contract? Like, something had to, like, I don't know, push him over the edge, or something had, like, people don't do stuff like that without something, for lack of a better term, triggering them, right?
Yeah, like something had to happen between December 2020 and now.
Right. Like somebody said or did something that was so, like, perturbing to him, like Kingsbury or somebody said or did something.
It seemed like when they collapsed in 20, they blamed him and he was hurt. And I think that may have triggered it. I'm not saying it fully went, but then last year too, everything just snowballs. They're blaming Kyler Murray for the faults of their organization when their secondary isn't really that great. Their defense has underperformed. They've had some bad first-round picks. Steve Keim in October of last season, even in November, looked like he was going to be executive of the year. Clearly, everything they touched turned to gold except for Zaven Collins. But again, they don't play rookies. Understandable. So they had the minus touch, and all of a sudden, they lose a close game to Green Bay, and everything just fell apart after that. And I thought they were going to still be good because they went 2-1 with Colt McCoy. So I'm like, okay, Kyler's coming back. They're going to be fine. No. So, Josh, you know as well as I do, the coach is always the first one to go. It's coach, GM, quarterback. Kyler's safe, but someone's out to get Kyler Murray in that organization. I'd love to know who it is.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing is so strange to me. Now, the other quarterback news I want to get to with you. This anonymous defensive coordinator in the Athletic article.
Oh, you saw my tweets today, right?
Actually, I didn't see a lot of your tweets. No offense. I'm not a good social media stalker, Geoff. I'm not very good at that.
I'm just saying, I've been defending a couple quarterbacks today. I'll just say that.
So here's where I want to go with Lamar. The guy literally said he doesn't give a bleep if the guy won a ton of MVPs. He's still not a QB1. And it just blows my mind that there are people, not trolls on Twitter, not some dude calling a radio station, not the random guy drunk at the bar, Geoff. It's a guy who's a defensive coordinator who disrespects Lamar so much. Like, the dudes who have multiple MVPs are like Peyton Manning and Brett Favre. Like, if Lamar goes out and wins 4 MVPs, this guy's still going to hate him.
Exactly. Well, he said 12 straight MVPs. I'm like, if Lamar Jackson wins 12 straight MVPs, I don't care how many championships he wins.
Right.
He's going to be the greatest He's going to be the greatest quarterback ever.
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, for goodness sake.
Why do so many people hate this guy? Because he can run? Oh, you can't throw. He's not a quarterback. No, he is a quarterback. He led the league in touchdown passes. He's a quarterback. Randall Cunningham got this same crap. Donovan McNabb got this same crap. I'm getting tired of it personally. Like, you're just mad because he beats you week in and week out, and you have no idea how to stop it. Your genius analytic, I don't even know if this guy's an analytic guy or not, but your genius football mind can't beat him. And that's what bothers you, because you think you have him stopped. And what does he do? Take off and run. Or when you think you have him stopped in the pocket, what does he do? Beat you. He'll run to beat you, but he'll beat you. And that's what upsets me about these people. Well, Patrick Mahomes, he's a one-read quarterback. You take away that one read, he's nothing. I go, oh yeah, he's nothing. I mean, he's only been to 4 straight conference championship games, and he's only 26 years old and about to set every record in the book already. He's setting records in the book as a Super Bowl. But you're right, he's a one-read quarterback.
I just don't understand, like,
there's a common theme here, by the way.
Well, so here's what I was saying earlier, Geoff, and you may disagree with me on this, so just hear me out for a sec.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s, it was literally every quarterback who was either black or ran, because there were white quarterbacks who ran too, like Steve Young.
Got it too. So
right, Steve Young, right? So there was literally, like, if you were not the pocket 6'5" quarterback, you sucked. That was the attitude. In recent years, it's like they pick and choose now. Like, Deshaun Watson's getting all this, like, pub. The guy didn't play a down last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, but Baker Mayfield and Lamar Jackson suck. And it's like, I don't understand why we went from one extreme to another with these guys. It's like, can we just stop being so ridiculous?
Oh, look at Jalen Hurts right now. It's the exact same thing. He can't throw. He can't read. He can't do this. Let's just ignore the other 10 touchdowns he had this year.
Right.
He only did 16 touchdown pass. He ain't any good. I'm like, okay, let's add the 10. Let's add the 10 he had on the ground. They don't count. Why don't they count? Because you don't like a quarterback that runs? Is that it? Are you have another narrative you want to explain to me? Because 780 rushing yards and 10 touchdowns is pretty good. By the way, he would have ran for 1,000 if his ankle didn't hurt last year. And I love getting on those people because I go, okay, let's take away his strength. He had 103 passer rating. The Eagles won all their games, and he completed 67% of his passes.
Right.
So isn't he doing what you want, or you just don't like him for another reason?
They don't like him for another reason, because they're probably the same people who like Russell Wilson, but they forget that Russell Wilson didn't actually win that Super Bowl.
No, he didn't. And it's funny, too, because, like, I love Russell Wilson, but I used to be like, Russ, I used to nitpick everything he did because I love him, right? But it's like, why doesn't he get the criticism Cam Newton's get? Because Russ got one that early? Or was it because I remember them saying Cam Newton can't win a Super Bowl? Well, Cam Newton didn't win a Super Bowl because Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, and that Denver defense was historic. That's why he didn't win a Super Bowl. He got there, though. It just drives me nuts. Like, I want to see Lamar win. Oh, by the way, you know who runs a lot that doesn't get criticized? He used to a lot. Now he doesn't. Josh Allen.
Right. Well, remember Josh Allen, when he came out of college, my opinion of Josh Allen was similar to Patrick Mahomes. It was, this guy has horrible mechanics, horrible footwork, but if he just figures it out, you know what I mean? Like, that was the whole thing.
It's the right people around him.
Right. Like I saw the stat, so I was really ticked off this weekend, Geoff. So everyone keeps bringing up the fact that Baker Mayfield's thrown all these interceptions. And I keep saying, well, people thought Steve Young sucked because he threw a lot of interceptions. Then he got the Bill Walsh and the 49ers, and he became a Hall of Famer. Now, I'm not saying Baker Mayfield's going to be a Hall of Famer, but people don't realize that your environment matters when you're a quarterback.
It was always funny, too. Like, Brett Favre used to get criticized for throwing a lot of interceptions. I'm like, he also throws a lot.
Yes, he did.
He wins a lot of games. Brett Favre does boneheaded decisions. Well, Brett Favre in the mid-'90s was by far the best quarterback. I don't care what anybody says. And it's just funny. Like, it feels like every quarterback gets criticized unless your last name is Manning. And Eli got criticized, but it seemed like, we got to put him in the Hall of Fame because his last name's Manning. Why don't we put Archie in while we're at it? He was 32 and 108 or whatever he was. Let's put him in. But I digress. It's one of those. I just love when they say wins aren't a QB stat, and then they use losses to basically determine
Right.
the quarterback's not any good. Mina Kimes is one of those people who does that, by the way, and I love Mina Kimes.
He's Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, at Geoff Kerr CBS on Twitter. Yeah, I have a beef with anybody who uses wins and losses for quarterbacks because my answer always is, you really want to do the wins and losses game? Like, go look through John Elway's career.
Oh,
like
exactly.
John Elway was literally just garbage certain seasons. The dude's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, one of the greatest talents of all time. He wasn't perfect.
No, and that's the thing. And this is where I'll defend Lamar. The Ravens really got good when Lamar got there. And everybody says it's the offense. I'm like, fine, but that offense wasn't working when Joe Flacco was there.
Correct.
They were trying to do this. The Ravens are 37-12 in Lamar Jackson's 49 starts. That's how I determine wins and losses by a quarterback. You're winning games because that guy is your quarterback. The Bills are winning games because Josh Allen is their quarterback. Same with the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. Same with the Packers there. That's why I don't worry about Green Bay losing Devontae. They still have Aaron Rodgers. And Matt LaFleur, I don't care what people say about him. He's a good coach. Russell Wilson's a good quarterback. Denver's going to win games because of him. Bottom line, you need a franchise quarterback. If the Eagles can win 11, 12 games, I'm going to say straight out, Jalen Hurts wins. I don't care how he does it.
Hey, it's like the line from Fast and Furious. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning.
Exactly. And unless you're Denny Hamlin or Kyle Busch, then you get wins taken away.
Oh, my goodness. Couple things before I let you go, Geoff. First of all, am I the only one who's getting tired of Tyreek Hill gassing up Tua Tagovailoa whenever he gets a chance? I mean, I've never heard a wide receiver spend this much time praising and glorifying a quarterback who's done next to nothing in the NFL.
There's two things there's one thing I like about this, and there's another story involved in here. So,
okay.
One thing I really like is he is confident in his quarterback. And I think he's backing him up because he knows he's like Jalen Hurts. Like, if Eagles fans pay attention, there's probably one quarterback that gets criticized just as much as Jalen Hurts does, and that's Tua Tagovailoa. The only difference is his fan base ain't doing it. It's national. But it doesn't feel like, you're kind of dating the girl just to date her. Like, I can find someone better, but this is who I have. That type of thing. Doesn't it feel like that? Like,
so it's almost like you're taking you're taking extra pictures and putting it on Instagram and going out of your way to be like, see, we're together. See.
Yeah, I'm in a relationship, but if things go south, the relationship ends, and you're not going to see all the Instagram pictures. So, look, I want Tua to do really well because I was high on Tua Tagovailoa. So, I want to see him do well. I think this is his best opportunity to do well. And look, I'll say this again. If Tua fails, it's because of the Dolphins' offensive line. It ain't going to be because of Tyreek Hill.
No, it's definitely not going to be Tyreek Hill's fault. I can guarantee that.
Yeah. He's still gonna catch his passes. He's still gonna get his yards and his touches. Like, it sucks Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill aren't together, but both are still gonna be really good.
Yeah, I'm just not putting Tyreek Hill in the first round of my draft in fantasy football. That's all.
No, I'm not either. I mean, Travis Kelce maybe, but not.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I'll go quarterback this year.
Ooh, maybe Patrick Mahomes?
I've never had Patrick Mahomes in a fantasy league. I might have to tell. I'll tell you what, whoever I drafted in the first round this year, I'm going to have to reach out to and say, I know you don't care, but I actually care.
All right, before I let you go, Geoff, so the poll question of the day over at 973 ESPN. I wanted to know from people what they thought. So I picked one horrible free agent decision from all four teams. So I said, in the last 22 years, I want to keep it to the last century, basically. Which was worse? The Eagles letting Dawkins walk, the Sixers not keeping Jimmy Butler, the Flyers ignoring Gaudreau wanting to come home, or the Phillies giving Adam Eaton $15 million for his 6.10 ERA?
Man, you're putting me on the spot here because I can Adam Eaton when he was here. So I hated that signing when it's to me. I you know what? You know where I'm going with this. But which one do you think I'm going to pick?
Well, I'll tell you what the poll result is right now. So people can still vote at 973 ESPN on Twitter. Right now, 42% say Jimmy Butler.
Boom. That's the one. Because they kept Ben Simmons and Brett Brown over Jimmy Butler. I'm still not over it. It's been 3 years. I'm still not over it. It's like a bad relationship, man.
Well, it's like I said this earlier, Geoff. It's like you mentioned the girl. It's Jimmy Butler is the ex that everywhere you see her, she's doing great in life, and you're just saying that could have been me.
Yep, that's exactly it. And I'm still mad because I was a huge Jimmy Butler fan when he was here. I said, get rid of Tobias Harris, keep Jimmy Butler. If you could bring a boat back, great. I knew that wasn't going to happen. Let's try and beat Ben and Jimmy. And then, you hear the stories come out about, well, Jimmy Butler doesn't want Brett Brown. I'm like, get rid of him. Get rid of Brett Brown. He's not a good coach anyway. And no, I was still fully on board with Ben. Like, I think Ben and Jimmy could have coexisted for a little bit, but you had to keep Jimmy Butler around because Joel Embiid wanted them. Didn't happen. Sixers still don't have a championship. Ben Simmons did what he did. You know what? And last year, I didn't go to Game 6. I went to 2 games in that series. I went to both home games in that series. I did not go to Game 6, sold my ticket. I did not want to see Jimmy Butler beat them on their home floor because that would have infuriated me to no end. And it happened. And then when I heard the whole Jimmy Butler, he chose Tobias over me. That's Jimmy, and that's what I like about him. He has a Tom Brady-like mentality. He doesn't forget anything. That's what I like about him, and he should be here. And I was just praying he would never try to convince Joel Embiid to go to Miami, and it doesn't look like that's ever going to happen.
No, but I was always a Butler guy, so I'm a little biased on that. But I was trying to give a poll that was equal to all 4 teams, but. Butler's my vote too. By the way, Dawkins strong at 31%. So the Eagle fans are pumping in there.
I'll tell you one even more egregious than Brian Dawkins. Reggie White should have been an Eagle his entire.
But that's not the last 22 years.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Because if it was the 90s, then the Phillies option's Danny Tartable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So what made you decide 22 years? Because of 2000?
I was trying to keep it in this century because, there are some people who aren't old enough to remember anything before a certain point in time.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of another bad one in that.
I mean, you got Ilya Brizgalov with the Flyers. You got Nnamdi Asomugha with the Eagles.
I don't think Asomugha killed them, though. It's maybe the whole T.O. feud. That could have been one.
That's not a free agent failure.
Yeah, that's true, though.
Because what inspired this was I'm still ticked off about Gaudreau and the Flyers.
I'd be ticked off about you. He wanted to come here.
And he was going to take less money. Geoff, he was going to take less money. He is the Philly guy through and through. I'm going to take less money to come home. You have been playing the I'm coming home music.
I literally told Calgary, I'm not coming here. I'm not coming back because I have a chance to come here.
Right.
And you get to see your family all the time. I mean, it literally would be like me being a pro athlete to say, I want to play for the Eagles. Well, we don't want you. Why?
Right.
Like, why won't you? Oh, I just caught 150 passes for 2,000 yards and 20 touchdowns last year.
Geoff, it's like the equivalent of DeAndre Hopkins saying, I want to be the Eagle, and Howie Roseman saying, I can't make it work. That's what Chuck Fletcher did.
Howie Roseman would never do that, though.
But that's why Howie's got a Super Bowl ring and Chuck Fletcher's Chuck Fletcher.
The Flyers are the worst run franchise in Philly. And I'm glad their fans are finally seeing. By the way, how about how Claude Giroux hasn't really said a goodbye? Did you ever notice that? Did he put an ad in the paper or anything? I don't remember him doing it.
He did something when he left the Flyers.
Did he? Okay.
Like, yeah,
honestly, the best thing the Flyers have done over the last 5 years was that Giroux 1,000th game. That was the best thing they ever did. The last 5 years.
Yeah, well, Drew's also a stat compiler, but I digress.
Well, I'll tell you one thing he shouldn't have had, Josh. What does Ted O'Ryan say in Mighty Ducks 3? When Charlie introduces himself? That must be what the C stands for. Sure doesn't stand for captain.
Right.
I love that. That's one of my favorite lines in all the trilogy.
Oh, my gosh. He's Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer, at Geoff Kerr CBS on Twitter. Geoff, I'll talk to you on Wednesday.
Yeah, sounds great, Josh. I'm fired up, man. I'll tell you what, I might be calling you from NovaCare on Wednesday, so we'll see.
Hey, if you, that's cool.
All right.
I'm fine with that.
I'll see
Take care.
See ya.
Oh, good stuff with Geoff Kerr today. We'll wrap up the show on the other side. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM.
The best way to wake up is with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Did you take those big down payments?
You're darn right I did.
Your Honor, he is breaking the laws of Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. They made it clear. It's a crime to pay more than a dime. Every new Mitsubishi, one dime down.
Take them away. And at Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City, ask for credit amnesty.
If you bring home $350 a week, you could get up to $25,000 in credit. So, what's the beat on inventory?
Other dealers are struggling, but not Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City.
40 new Outlanders in stock now.
An entire fleet of new and pre-owned.
New Mitsubishis from just 17 grand.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City.
In Pleasantville.
They service all makes and models.
Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com. Springfield Mitsubishi AC.com.
New 22 Mirage, 16 Ford, 9 down, $249 a month for 72 months at 3% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
I love my hardwood floors, but I wasn't sure how to take care of them. Carrying around a bucket was such a hassle. And even worse, my string mop left streaks and haze behind. Then I found Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, the all-in-one tool made specially for wood floors. Its microfiber-like pad is soft, and it sprays a light mist solution that dries fast. With Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, it's easy to keep up with the mess on my wood floors. Even that mess.
Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, proud member of the National Wood Floor Association.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Okay, import footage. How is the hard drive already full?
Jawan's Pilates studio converted to entirely virtual classes.
What's MPEG?
But leading and editing sessions is stretching her too thin.
It says render failed. What I do?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated, like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. So you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then by all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Dealing with car problems? At AutoZone, we've got the free services you need to help you get back on the road. Like our AutoZone Rewards program. Members get a $20 reward every time they spend $20 or more 5 times. And if you're looking to reward your engine, start with regular oil changes. They help protect and lubricate your engine parts and keep it running smooth. Visit us at AutoZone.com and start the job fast with free same-day store pickup and free next-day delivery. See terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, wrapping up Monday's edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank and CLC. Thanks, everybody, for all the texts, all the DMs, everybody who joined the show today, listening out there. Thank you for listening to 97.3 ESPN FM. Also, thanks Geoff Kerr for CBS Sports, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, Ryan Rothstein, host of the Philadelphia CityCast, and Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. More football and baseball talk tomorrow on the show. Eagles report the training camp. Phillies, first game of a 3-game set with the Braves tonight. We get into all that and the latest NFL news all day tomorrow on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM. And don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks to First Bank. See ya.
this summer.
0-2 on the way. Swinging a high fly. This is blasted out to deep right center field. Forget about it. Bryce Harper.
We plan on giving South Jersey something cool, because it's going to be a hot one.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out, elevated the heater at 96 to get out of the inning. Heck of a job by Zach Wheeler.
Your official station for Summer at the Shore. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Looking for ways to shine bright this summer with Summer of Dash Pass by DoorDash. Get more member-only perks and discounts than ever before. The more you shop, the more you save with $0 delivery fees and access to exclusive items that make your summer feel easy and breezy. Sign up now with promo code ORDER50 for 50% off your first order up to $15 value. Dash Pass benefits apply only to eligible orders that meet the minimum order amount. Other fees, taxes, and gratuity may apply. Terms apply.